promise you that. After 3 years of hellacious conflict, approximately 1 million Ukrainians and Russians have been senselessly killed, but the number, I believe, is much higher than that. Countless schools, hospitals, towns, and beautiful ancient churches have been absolutely obliterated. To begin the process of ending this spiral of death, I had historic back-to-back calls with President Putin, very successful calls, I might add, and President Zelensky and my also spoke with the Secretary General of NATO on numerous occasions, and we're working very hard to get that war brought to an end. I think we've made a lot of progress, and I think it's moving along pretty rapidly. And I want to thank all of the people that are here that have been working on it. And we'll let you know what happens. It'll either be fairly soon or it won't be at all. In addition, this week I met with President Macron of France, as you know, and held talks with members of the G7. Tomorrow, the progress toward peace will continue when President Zelensky visits the White House. He'll be here tomorrow in the early part of the day, and we'll be signing a historic agreement that will make the United States a major partner in developing Ukraine's minerals and rare earths and oil and gases, and we have a great understanding. I think it's going to be great for Ukraine. We're going to be at the site, and we'll be digging. We'll be digging. Dig we must. A big utility in New York commented us, and they used to have a sign, dig we must, and we will be digging. But much of the European aid to Ukraine has been sent in the form of loans for which they expect to be paid back, and we didn't have that honor under the Biden administration. He sent money, or just sent it, money after money after money, and never had any knowledge of ever seeing it back. Maybe 300 to 350 billion dollars, but under the breakthrough agreement, very unusual, which everyone said was difficult to get, but it's really very good for Ukraine and very good for us. The American taxpayers will now effectively be reimbursed for the money and hundreds of billions of dollars poured into.
Like they don't give a shit, you know. He does not give a shit. It's like, oh, we're still gonna make money out of you. Might be at war, but you know, we're still gonna make money out of you, which is fine, you know. But if Russia takes over, then you've got to deal with Russia then. So maybe we should deal with Russia first, like make a deal with Russia at the same time as making a deal with Ukraine, because otherwise, when Russia does take over Ukraine, which they probably are going to, let's not fucking beat around the bush. You know, there's no winning against Russia, in my opinion. You know, and we're gonna have to pay Russia, so it's best to keep Russia sweet to make these deals at the same time as getting what you can out of fucking Ukraine, because it's costing us a lot of money in the UK, not only fucking America. It costs us a lot of money. Alright, USA does spend a lot more money on the war in Ukraine, or they have done. I don't know if they are going to carry on doing that, but I think they've like cut it in half at least. So 500 million, is it? 500 billion, is it? Or 5 billion or something like that. 5 billion they've spent on the Ukraine war so far.
Helping Ukraine defend. People died, and we want to stop that. Senseless. Should have never happened. This will lay the groundwork for a long-term peace agreement that will return stability to Eastern Europe and hopefully ensure that such a terrible war will never happen on European soil or for that.
So digging for rare earth minerals is going to create stability for Eastern Europe, Ukraine.
anywhere again, 4% or 5% of GDP would be appropriate. I know that they're raising it. I just read an article, a great article about the work you're doing in the UK as to the military. You're raising it quite a bit, which is a great thing to do for your country. It's a great thing to do. It's sad that we need that, but
Great thing to do for our country, yeah. War country, you know.
probably Minister once again for traveling here today, working together. I believe that we'll once again demonstrate the power of our country's unique friendship. This is indeed a unique friendship. It's been many years, and I think it's only gotten stronger, and we will make sure that it stays that way. We're going to have a great trade agreement. One way or the other, we're going to end up with a very good trade agreement for both countries. And we're working on that as we speak. I think we'll have the confines. I think we'll have something maybe even in terms of possibilities agreed to very shortly. JD's working on it, Vice President, and Scott, and I'm just looking at this old friend Mike. You're going to work on it. Everyone's going to work on it. We'll see if we can do something pretty quickly, but we're going to make some great trade agreements with the UK and with the Prime Minister, and it'll happen very quickly. So I just thank you again, and please thank King Charles for the invite, and I look forward to you giving our acceptance on behalf of the United States of America. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for your leadership. This has been a very good and very productive visit. And with your family roots in Scotland and your close bond with His Majesty the King, it's good to know that the United Kingdom has a true friend in the Oval Office. And it was so good to see the bust of Winston Churchill back in its rightful place just a moment ago. But look, in a moment of real danger around the world, this relationship matters more than ever. We remain each other's first partner in defence, ready to come to the other's aid, to counter threats wherever and whenever they may arise. No two militaries are more intertwined than ours. No two countries have done more together to keep people safe. And in a few weeks, we mark VE Day, the 80th anniversary of victory in Europe. Britain and America fought side by side to make that happen. One of the greatest moments in our history. We stand side by side still today, and we're focused now on bringing an enduring end to the barbaric war in Ukraine. Mr. President, I welcome your deep and personal commitment to bring peace and to stop the killing. You've created a moment of tremendous opportunity to reach a historic peace deal. A deal that I think would be celebrated in Ukraine and around the world. That is the prize. But we have to get it right. There's a famous slogan in the United Kingdom from after the Second World War. That is that we have to win the peace. And that's what we must do now. Because it can't be peace that rewards the aggressor or that gives encouragement to regimes like Iran. We agree history must be on the side of the peacemaker, not the invader. So the stakes, they couldn't be higher. And we're determined to work together to deliver a good deal. We discussed a plan today to reach a peace that is tough and fair, that Ukraine will help shape, that's backed by strength to stop Putin coming back for more. I'm working closely with other European leaders on this, and I'm clear that the UK is ready to put boots on the ground and planes in the air to support a deal, working together with our allies, because that is the only way that peace will last. Mr. President, in this new era, you're also right that Europe must step up. And let me tell you now, I see the growing threats we face, and so the UK is all in. This year we'll be giving more military aid to Ukraine than ever, and just this week, I've set out how we're shouldering more of the security burden. We're already one of the biggest spenders in NATO, and now we're going much further, delivering Britain's biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. This isn't just talk, it's action. Rebalancing the transatlantic alliance.
Really happy. I mean, first of all, I just told you about
No ads.
Always has. And Mr. President, it's no secret we're from different political traditions, but there's a lot that we have in common. We believe it's not taking part that counts. What counts is winning. If you don't win, you don't deliver. And we're determined to deliver for the working people of Britain and America, who want and deserve to see their lives improve. So we're both in a hurry to get things done. And that's what the UK and US do when we work together. We win and we get things done. So we'll do what it takes to keep our people safe. We'll also work together to deliver some big economic wins that can benefit us both. We have a $1.5 trillion invested in each other's economies, creating over 2.5 million jobs.
Keep our people safe. This is not our war, you know. Right. What, you want to destroy? You want to kill Russia? You want to destroy Russia? That's what you mean by keep our people safe. You don't want fucking Russia doing what they're doing, you know.
Across both prizes.
Stop going live.
1 and 2 in
Why
golf
can't you just pause
as well, by the way. And we're the only 2 Western countries with trillion-dollar tech sectors, leaders in AI. And look, we take a similar approach on this issue. Instead of over-regulating these new technologies, we're seizing the opportunities that they offer. So we've decided today to go further, to begin work on a new economic deal with advanced technology at its core. Look, our 2 nations together shaped the great technological innovations of the last century. We have a chance now to do the same for the 21st century. I mean, artificial intelligence could cure cancer. That could be a moonshot for our age. And that's how we'll keep delivering for our people. There are so many opportunities. Keep our nation strong and fulfill the promise of greatness that has always defined this relationship. Finally, to underline the importance of this bond. It was my privilege and honor to bring a letter with me today from His Majesty the King. Not only sending his best wishes, but also inviting the President and the First Lady to make a state visit to the United Kingdom. An unprecedented second state visit. This has never happened before. It's so incredible, it will be historic. And I'm delighted that I can go back to His Majesty the King and tell him that President Trump has accepted the invitation. So thank you. Our teams will now work together to set a date, and we look forward to welcome you in the United Kingdom. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. What a beautiful accent. I would have been president 20 years ago if I had that accent. Thank you. Okay, let's see here. Go ahead, please.
Sounds like a
Earlier
fucking
today, you told me that you
Wallace. It
believe
sounds like
that
Wallace
foreign
and Gromit.
countries pay tariffs, but Americans who are concerned about higher prices believe, as most people do, that they're paid by consumers and importers when they import things into this country. Can you explain how you came to this belief that foreign governments are paying tariffs? And for the Prime Minister, did you discuss with President Trump his repeated statements of desire to annex Canada? And has the King expressed any concern over
Why are
the
you talking about
president's
Canada?
apparent desire to
UK's
remove one of his realms from his control?
So I'll go ahead with the first part. The tariffs are necessary because we've been treated very unfairly by many, many countries, including our friends, friend and foe. But we've been treated very unfairly in trade at levels that nobody's really ever seen before, and especially under the Biden administration, they really took advantage of the United States. I put massive tariffs on China during my 4 years. We're the best economy in the history of our country. We're probably the best economy, maybe the best economy in the history of the world. And I used tariffs to even things up. And in particular with China, we took in hundreds of billions of dollars and we had no inflation. And it's a myth. It's a myth that's put out there by foreign countries that really don't like paying tariffs, and especially to even up. So we've been treated badly by a lot. We're using tariffs. And I find, and you just have to look at the numbers, but I find that it's not about inflation. It's about fairness, and the inflation for us has not existed. And I don't think it's going to exist. We're going to bring our car industry back. We're going to bring our chips back. We're going to bring so many things back to our country, including pharmaceuticals and drugs. And the thing that's going to get us there is tariffs. And I say often it's my favorite word in the dictionary, but I always preface it by saying now, because I got into a lot of trouble with the fake news where they say that's not good. So I say God, love, family, wife. They're all my favorite words, but tariff is about number 4 or 5 on the list. But I will tell you, it's going to make our country rich, and it's going to stop us from being a laughing stock all over the world, because we have been taken advantage of like no country has ever been taken advantage of. Thank you very much. And
look, we had a really good discussion, a productive discussion, a good discussion, as a result of which our teams are now going to be working together on an economic deal. Our teams are going to be working together on security in Ukraine. You mentioned Canada. I think you're trying to find a divide between us that doesn't exist. We're the closest of nations, and we had very good discussions today, but we didn't
That's
discuss
enough.
Canada.
thank you. Please. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes. Thank you.
It's a good answer. I'll give you that. Yes,
Hi, Natasha
that's a
Clark
good
from
Hi.
answer.
RBC. Mr. President, you've said you're working on a new trade deal with Britain, which we of course welcome. President Obama once said Britain was at the back of the queue for that trade deal. Where are we now? When do you think we're going to see that? And Prime Minister, the BBC has today admitted serious flaws over the recent Gaza coverage, suggestions of payments made to people linked to Hamas. Does the BBC still have your trust? Thank you.
Well, I didn't do well
Fuck the
with
BBC.
President Obama. He'd never got a lot of things done,
Big
and he
block
didn't get a trade deal done
BBC.
that was of any importance or magnitude. We have we've had great discussions on trade, and I think we're going to have a deal done rather quickly as it can be done. We're going to have something, I think, rather quickly. We expect to do that. Okay.
On the BBC, look, I've been concerned about the programme in question. The Secretary of State had a meeting with the BBC. I think it was yesterday, it could have been the day before. Thank you.
Wow.
Jeff, go ahead.
BBC fucked up again.
Pardon me. Mr. President, do you support Article 5 of the NATO treaty? And are you concerned that it might be triggered if European peacekeeping forces end up in Ukraine?
I support it. I don't think we're going to have any reason for it. I think we're going to have a very successful peace, and I think it's going to be a long-lasting peace. And I think it's going to happen hopefully quickly. If it doesn't happen quickly, it may not happen at all. And we want it for 2 reasons. Number one, I want to see on a humane basis, I want to see soldiers stop getting shot. It's largely soldiers. Towns have been obliterated, but it's largely that. And I don't want to pay billions and billions and billions of dollars, nor does the Prime Minister or anybody else, on a senseless war that should have never happened. And we're going to get it taken care of. But I think it's going to be a peace that's going to be
I don't think
long-lasting.
Trump
You have a question for the Prime Minister?
Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, you were asking the President today about a backstop for Europe
Just
if
drinks
the
Coca-Cola.
peacekeeping force ends up in
Might be
Ukraine.
drunk on sugar.
Did you feel like you got a satisfying answer for yourself and for Europe? And Mr. President, if you want to comment on that as well, please do.
I thought we had a very productive discussion. Obviously, as the President says, the deal has to come first. But yes, our teams are going to be talking about how we make sure that deal sticks, is lasting, and enforced. So our teams will be talking about that.
Okay. Please.
Someone fucking tell us anything. That's the government fucking response.
President, some experts think it could take more than a decade to mine the precious minerals from Ukraine. How much should the U.S. expect to receive, and when do you expect to see that come to fruition?
Well, we're never going to know that answer, but by our being in Ukraine and doing the exploration and also the digging and taking the rare earth, which we need in our country very badly, we'll be doing a substantial amount of work, probably about at least what we have in there, and we hope to be able to do that. You never know when it comes to that. You know, you dig
Good
and
on the
things aren't there
Jacksons.
like you think they're there, but we'll be spending a lot of time there. It'll be great for Ukraine. It's like a huge economic development project, so it'll be good for both countries. Okay? Please.
Economic development, so they can go along with Russia.
Prime Minister, excuse me, Prime Minister, you've talked about putting British soldiers' boots on the ground in Ukraine in the event that President Trump succeeds with his peace deal. But can you do that without a firm assurance that America will have our back in the form of some kind of security guarantee were Putin to breach that agreement? Mr. President, tomorrow you're seeing President Zelensky to sign this deal on minerals and energy that could be hugely important to the United States. Will you take the opportunity to apologize to him for calling him a dictator while praising Vladimir Putin, who is a dictator?
Well, Robert, let me start by saying I've been really clear today and previously that I think that European countries, including the United Kingdom, need to step up in our own defence and security. We've been doing that in recent days. You saw the announcement we made on spending just the other day. In addition to that, I've made it clear that the United Kingdom will play its full part in ensuring that if there's a deal, and we hope there is a deal in Ukraine, that is a lasting deal that sticks. And we're obviously working with other European countries on that, France and NATO in particular. But I think I'm hosting 18 countries on Sunday to further our discussions. You heard from the President this morning that, you know, as historically has always been the case, we have each other's backs. And today we've been talking.
Relax, man, this is too important. It's supposed to be a news fucking program, not.
Liars. You're a bunch of liars.
What's going on? What are you doing?
You're the boss of Temu. You're scammers.
Especially as soon as you can't.
Morning. We're going to get along really well. Okay? We have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for them. We've given them a lot of equipment and a lot of money, but they have fought very bravely, no matter how you figure.
It's
Really
probably a
fought.
better one.
Somebody has to use that equipment, and they have been very brave in that sense. Yeah,
Just
please.
first one,
Go ahead.
Ceasefire deal is nearing an end this Saturday, and there's been some worry that phase 2 might never get there. Do you believe that phase 2 of the ceasefire in Gaza will come to fruition? And have you spoken to Netanyahu about it? And for the Prime Minister, this peacekeeping deal has been pushed forward by the UK and France as well. Have you been in discussions with any of the European countries to join this initiative? And are you expecting Commonwealth countries to also join the effort? Thank you.
So we're working very hard in the Middle East and
18
Gaza
countries,
and
you
all
said.
of the problems, and it's been going on for years and years and centuries and centuries. It's a tough neighborhood, but it could be a very beautiful neighborhood, and I think we're going to come up with some pretty good solutions. But phase 1 is almost complete. We've had some people that have been very seriously injured, very seriously hurt, both physically and mentally. They've come out of there very, very, some of them in very, very bad shape. It's shocking. Many young people aren't in bad shape. Young people are strong, healthy. They don't die. People have come out dead, young people and old people. It's a rough situation, but I think we're going to make it much better. And I think that we've had a huge impact on that since we've been in just the 4 weeks. I think we've had a huge impact on Gaza, the Middle East, and we have some pretty good talks going on concerning lots of other people that are going to make it better. So we'll see what happens. Nobody really knows, but we'll see what happens. But I think we've had a very positive impact. Prime Minister.
Yeah, on the question of the European countries, yes, I've spoken to a number of countries, particularly in the last few weeks. We had a meeting in Paris last week. I've got a meeting on Sunday with 18 countries to further our discussions. Obviously, we've been talking quite intensely to our French colleagues and to NATO, but to other
European
countries
Union
as well.
Because,
as I say, I think it's important
Right, Brexit,
for
bro.
European countries, including the United Kingdom,
gonna
to
talk to
step up
European
and do
Union?
more in the defence
Fuck the
and
European
security
Union.
of Europe and our continent.
You're not going to talk to 18 countries individually.
Well, we're talking to a number of other countries.
In the European
Thank you.
Union.
Yes, in the red, please.
You're going to talk to the
Peak
European
red.
Union about it.
Flaming red. Go ahead.
Okay,
Fuck the European Union.
question
Talk to
on
the countries
Ukraine.
individually.
Number one is, if you're not considering the security guarantees, are you open to other forms of, for example, intelligence cooperation with Ukraine? And Mr. Prime Minister, President Trump has proposed a plan for Gaza. Does this fit into the two-state solution that the UK held for a long time? Do you see it fit into your general Middle Eastern strategy? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. We're open to many things, but before I even think about that, that's almost pleasant to think about because that would mean that peace has been arrived at. We have to arrive at that peace. And, you know, you went 3.5 years with an administration that never even really had a meeting. They didn't have a meeting on peace. And there was no prospect of peace. I think, frankly, Russia wanted to go through the whole long deal. I don't think they do anymore. I don't think they do. We had a very big impact on that whole situation. But I don't like talking about phase two until I get phase one. Phase one is have to make peace. And we have to get Russia to agree. We have to get Ukraine to agree. And I think we will, I think we've come a long way. I believe we're going to get it done. I wouldn't say that if I didn't
Probably
think so.
not going to escalate.
And I think it will be very important, very historic, and we're going to save a lot of lives.
On the question of Gaza, the last few weeks of the ceasefire have been very impactful. And for me, there are two images that I remember more than any other. The first is Emily Damari, who is British, being reunited with her mother. You may remember she had her fingers missing after what she endured. That was an incredible moment. I'd spent a lot of time with her mother whilst she was held captive, and her mother went through absolute torture. The other image was thousands of Palestinians marching through rubble, trying to return to their communities and their homes. So we have to do everything we can to ensure that the ceasefire continues, so that more hostages can be returned, so that aid can be brought in that's desperately needed. We need to allow Palestinians to return and to rebuild their lives, and we must all support them in doing that. And yes, I believe that the two-state solution is ultimately the only way for a lasting peace in the region.
And think of that, she came home with her fingers and part of her hand blown off.
It's terrible.
How bad does it get? And we had others that came home in much worse shape than that. It's a terrible situation. Please, yes.
Thank you. Mr. President, did our Prime Minister persuade you not to put tariffs on the UK? And if I may, Prime Minister, do you think that Vladimir Putin is a man who will keep his word? Thank you.
He tried. He was working hard, I'll tell you that. He earned whatever the hell they pay him over there. But he tried. I think there's a very good chance that in the case of these two great friendly countries, I think we could very well end up with a real trade deal.
Probably too loud.
Where the tariffs wouldn't be necessary. We'll see, but he earned whatever they pay him. He earned today. He was working hard at lunch, and I'm very receptive to it. I think in all fairness, in all seriousness, I think we have a very good chance at arriving at a very good deal. JD and Scott.
Well known, my concern is that if there's a deal, and I hope there is a deal, that it must be a lasting deal, that it's not a temporary measure, and that is why I think it's really important that Putin knows that this deal, a historic deal, which I very much hope comes about, is there, and it's a lasting deal, and that we're able to deal with any inclination he has to go again or go further.
I think we'll have two deals. I think we'll have a deal on ending the war, and I think we're going to end up with a great trade deal with you.
Thanks, Tyler.
Starmer, you've been
Appreciate
terrific in
it.
our discussions. You're a very tough negotiator, however. I'm not sure I like that, but that's okay. Very, very special person. The Prime Minister and I have gotten off to an outstanding start. The US and UK have a special relationship, very special, really like no other, passed down through the centuries. And we're going to keep it that way. We're going to keep it very strong as it is. Very importantly, I was just notified by letter from King Charles that he's
No, I
extended
think YouTube were broken.
through the Prime
Had to
Minister
restart
a
YouTube.
historic second state
Slightly.
visit to the United Kingdom. And that's a great honor because it's never happened before. One person has never been extended that honor, and I really do call it an honor, but it's not for me, it's for our country. It's respect for our country. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank King Charles. Thank you very much, and we accept. I don't know if the media is going to follow us. I have a feeling they might. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm pleased to say that the bust of one of the Prime Minister's greatest predecessors, Winston Churchill, is now back in the rightful place in the Oval Office, and we're very proud of it. Our meeting today and the various breakout sessions we had were tremendously productive. Most importantly, I provided the Prime Minister with an update on our efforts to end the bloody and horrible war in Ukraine with Russia, which would never have happened if I were
His
president.
suit
That
looks
was not
shite,
gonna
by the way.
happen.
Keir Starmer's
Promise you
suit
that.
looks absolutely shite.
After 3
It's too
years
small
of
for him.
hellacious conflict, approximately 1 million Ukrainians and Russians have been senselessly
But,
killed,
to be honest.
but the number, I believe, is much
I'd rather-
higher than that. Countless schools, hospitals,
Oh,
towns, and
where's the
beautiful
fucking
ancient
shit suit
churches
and a
have
fucking
been
expensive suit?
absolutely obliterated.
Still gets the job done.
To begin the process of ending this spiral of death, I had historic back-to-back calls with President Putin, very successful calls, I might add, and President Zelensky, and my team also spoke with the
Donald Trump has a
Secretary
bulletproof vest on,
General
that's why
of
his suit
NATO
looks
on
weird.
numerous occasions, and we're working very hard to get that war brought to an end. I think we've made a lot of progress, and I think it's moving along pretty rapidly. And I want to thank all of the people that are here that have been working on it. And we'll let you know what happens. It'll either be fairly soon or it won't be at all. In addition, this week I met with President Macron of France, as you know, and held talks with members of the G7. Tomorrow, the progress toward peace will continue when President Zelensky visits the White House. He'll be here tomorrow in the early part of the day, and we'll be signing a historic agreement that will make the United States a major
might
partner in
not do.
developing
I
Ukraine's
think
minerals,
he always
and
wears
rare
the bulletproof
earths,
vest.
and oil and gases, and we have a great understanding. I think it's going to be
When
great for
talking in
Ukraine.
public.
We're going to be at the site, and we'll be digging. We'll be digging. Dig we must. A big utility in New York contacted us, and they used to
In fact,
say,
every
dig we
president
must.
has to wear a
And we will be
bulletproof vest,
digging.
as far as I'm aware, when
But
talking
much
in
of
public.
the European aid
Every
to Ukraine
American
has been
president.
sent in the form of loans for which they expect to be paid back, and we didn't have that honor under the Biden administration. He sent money and
It's
just
a
sent it
priority of
money
the
after money
Secret
after money,
Service
and
that they always
never
wear
had
a
any
bulletproof vest.
any
Public
knowledge of
speaking.
ever seeing it back. Maybe $300 to $350 billion, but under the breakthrough agreement, very unusual, which everyone said was.
As far as I'm aware.
Have you ever seen that perfect piece of furniture
Lads.
out and about, but have no idea where
Effectively be reimbursed for the money and hundreds of billions of dollars poured
Bulletproof
into
vest.
helping Ukraine defend itself, which by and of itself is a very worthy thing to do.
You
We
have to wear a bulletproof
paid
vest.
far more than any other country, and with most of our support, it's been paid in military, the finest
He
weapons
actually might
anywhere
not have
in
a
the world.
bulletproof vest on now.
This
to be
includes
honest,
vast
but he's
amounts
in
of
the White
military
House, so
hardware, ammunition, and various other
all these
things
people have
that
been
we
vetted.
now
There's no fucking guns
have
in
to
there.
start rebuilding our own stockpiles.
But
Additionally,
you
the
see how his
Minerals
like
agreement
his
will
sleeves
provide
are
the
like
basis for a more sustainable future
baggy.
relationship between the United States
because
and
he usually
Ukraine,
wears a bulletproof vest.
and thus
in his
stimulate the
jacket.
long-term prosperity that will help the
Might
Ukrainians
actually not have a
rebuild their
bulletproof vest on because he is in the White House.
country. It's been demolished.
Usually,
And
this jacket's
the ruined
built so you can wear
infrastructure,
a
the
bulletproof
infrastructure,
vest.
as you know, is in very bad shape. In just over 1 month, our administration has already achieved more progress toward peace
That's why it's a
than
bit baggy.
years in the other administration where they did nothing toward peace. They didn't understand what was happening.
I say it's got a bulletproof vest.
Our
You can
approach
tell by its shoulders. You know.
is basically common sense. As I said, so many of the things that we
That's
do
not,
are based on common sense. If you want peace,
Shoulder
you
pads,
have
that's
to
actually
talk both sides.
straps.
As I discussed with Prime Minister Starmer, the next step we're making is toward a very achievable ceasefire. We hope that that can
He's
happen
got padding in
quickly
his shoulders as
because
well. You can see the straps.
thousands of young people, in this case, we're not talking about
Oh,
Americans, we're talking about Ukrainians and Russians are being killed every week, thousands. And it's a rough battlefield.
Pretty
It's
sure
a
it's
flat
not
piece of
bulletproof.
land and the bullet only stops when it hits somebody. And this week,
Is
I
actually
saw
not
the
that
reports
fucking
and
fit, you know. It's not that bulky, you know. It's not
I don't even
fucking-
want to say what they are, but thousands of
It's not a
people, young
bodybuilder, you know.
people,
It looks
young,
like a
vibrant
bodybuilder,
people
but
died.
It's actually not that bulky. It's
And
a
we want to
bulletproof
stop
vest.
that senseless. Should have never happened. This will lay the groundwork for a long-term peace agreement that will return stability to Eastern Europe and hopefully ensure that such
Pretty
a
skinny if
terrible
you don't
war
see him without a
will never
bulletproof vest.
happen on European soil or for that matter, anywhere again. It's a horrible thing that's going on. The disaster in Ukraine shows exactly why it's so important for the United Kingdom and other NATO partners to make large investments in their defense capabilities. In many cases, 4% or 5% of GDP would be appropriate. I know that they're raising it. I just read an article, a great article about the work you're doing in the UK as to the military. You're raising it quite a bit, which is a great thing to do for your country. It's a great thing to do. It's sad that we need that, but probably need that. So congratulations on that. I know you got it through. After years of chronic underfunding, there's an urgent need to catch up for some countries. And I want to thank the Prime Minister once again for traveling here today, working together. I believe that we'll once again demonstrate the power of our country's unique friendship. This is indeed a unique friendship. It's been many years, and I think it's only gotten stronger, and we will make sure that it stays that way. We're going to have a great trade agreement. One way or the other, we're going to end up with a very good trade agreement for both countries.
That's also
And we're working on that as we speak. I think we'll have the confines. I think we'll have something maybe even in terms of possibilities agreed to very shortly. JP's working on it, Vice President and Scott, and I'm just looking at this old friend Mike. You're going to work on it. Everyone's going to work on it. We'll see if we can do something pretty quickly, but we're going to make some great trade agreements with the UK and with the Prime Minister, and it'll happen very quickly. So I just want to thank you again, and please thank King Charles for the invite, and look forward to your giving our acceptance on behalf of the United States of America. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for your leadership. This has been a very good and very productive visit. And with your family roots in Scotland and your close bond with His Majesty the King, it's good to know that the United Kingdom has a true friend in the Oval Office. And it was so good to see the bust of Winston Churchill back in its rightful place just a moment ago. But look, in a moment of real danger around the world, the relationship, this relationship matters more than ever. We remain each other's first partner in defence, ready to come to the other's aid, to counter threats wherever and whenever they may arise. No two militaries are more intertwined than ours. No two countries have done more together to keep people safe. And in a few weeks, we mark VE Day, the 80th anniversary of victory in Europe. Britain and America fought side by side to make that happen. One of the greatest moments in our history. We stand side by side still today, and we're focused now on bringing an enduring end to the barbaric war in Ukraine. Mr. President, I welcome your deep and personal commitment to bring peace and to stop the killing. You've created a moment of tremendous opportunity to reach a historic peace deal, a deal that I think would be celebrated in Ukraine and around the world. That is the prize. But we have to get it right.
Oh, did it?
There's a famous slogan in the United Kingdom from after the Second World War. That is that we have to win the peace. And that's what we must do now.
Well, it's not that crazy.
Because it can't be peace that rewards the aggressor or that gives encouragement to regimes like Iran. We agree history must be on the side of the peacemaker, not the invader. So the stakes, they couldn't be higher. And we're determined to work together to deliver a good deal.
Winston Churchill was a
We discussed a plan today to reach a peace that is tough and fair.
But you know,
that
this
Ukraine
was
will
back in
help
fucking
shape,
olden days.
that's
You know,
backed
like,
by strength
a lot of
to
things
stop
were questionable
Putin
about
coming
back
back
then
from
that
war.
would be not.
I'm working
allowed
closely with
today,
other
you know.
European leaders on this, and I'm clear that the UK is ready.
I'm proud of our
to
history.
put boots on the ground
England.
and planes in the air to support a deal, working
United
together
Kingdom.
with our
I'm
allies.
proud of our history.
Because that is the only way that peace will last.
Obviously, it's questionable.
Mr. President, in this new era, you're
Today.
also right that Europe
But, you
must step up. And let me
It
tell you
wouldn't be the
now,
country that we are
I see the growing
today
threats
if
we
it wasn't
face,
for the past.
and so the UK is all in. This year we'll be giving more military aid to Ukraine than ever. And just this week, I've set out how we're shouldering more of the security burden. We're already one of the biggest spenders in NATO, and now we're going much further, delivering Britain's biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. This isn't just talk, it's action, rebalancing the transatlantic alliance, making us all stronger, and standing up for our shared values and shared security, as Britain always has. And Mr. President, it's no secret we're from different political traditions, but there's a lot that we have in common. And we believe it's not taking part that counts. What counts is winning. If you don't win, you don't deliver. And we're determined to deliver for the working people of Britain and America, who want and deserve to see their lives improve. So we're both in a hurry to get things done. And that's what the UK and US do when we work together. We win and we get things done. So we'll do what it takes to keep our people safe. We'll also work together to deliver some big economic wins that can benefit us both. We have a $1.5 trillion invested in each other's economies, creating over 2.5 million jobs across both economies. Our trading relationship is not just strong, it's fair, balanced, and reciprocal. We're leaders together in so many areas, ranked 1 and 2 in the world as investment destinations, 1 and 2 for universities, 1 and 2 for Nobel Prizes, 1 and 2 in golf as well, by the way. And we're the only 2 Western countries with trillion-dollar tech sectors, leaders in AI. And look, we take a similar approach on this issue. Instead of over-regulating these new technologies, we're seizing the opportunities that they offer.
More golf courses.
So we've decided today to go further, to begin work on a new economic deal with advanced technology at its core. Look, our 2 nations together shaped the great technological innovations of the last century.
That's the problem.
We have a chance now to do the same for the 21st century. I mean, artificial intelligence could cure cancer. That could be a moonshot for our age. And that's how we'll keep delivering for our people. There are so many opportunities. Keep our nation strong and fulfill the promise of greatness that has always defined this relationship. Finally, to underline the importance of this bond. It was my privilege and honor to bring a letter with me today from His Majesty the King. Not only sending his best wishes, but also inviting the President and the First Lady to make us.
Like, the only mistake he made in that speech was undermined instead of underlined. It was a perfect Freudian slip, you know. Like, to undermine all this fucking shit, the King's got to say something, you know. Anyway, it's on repeat, you know. We've already watched that. So yeah, that was the meeting between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer, and man, I wish they'd like sit down and have a meeting like Zelensky, on camera, because guaranteed you, if fucking Keir Starmer won't read enough a script, he'll fucking piss Donald Trump off, I'll have a fucking argument. But Keir Starmer's fucking sticking to script. He's got a piece of paper in front of him, like sad really, like. But to be expected, to be honest, because you don't want to have bad press. You don't want to slip up, especially as the Prime Minister of England. You don't want to slip up.
But when in the outcome of all that
they never say anything. They never say anything that's like off script. English Prime Ministers. Anyway, Katy Perry went to space. Look at her. Look at her. She's happy. Look. She's happy. So that's fucking. And she didn't blow up, unfortunately. I mean, fortunately. I'm only joking. No, joking. All women crew, all women crew. I don't know why. I don't know why that's a good thing, It's just a good job they don't fucking control the controls, for the rocket. That's it. We've all got that shit. I'm only joking. Audits. I'm only joking. And I'm watching something, like they've got to space, which is a great achievement, all women crew went on space. Let's make it about fucking women getting raped, like, oh, come on, bro, like, fucking, why do you have to ruin it? Why make it about fucking raping women, like, it's a good achievement without fucking playing the victim, you don't have to play the victim as well as fucking making it entertaining because it's a great achievement that all women are going to space, it doesn't have to be more fucking complicated, like. Oh shit, that guy looks like he's broke his back. I hate when they do that. Wait a minute, I'm just going to show you something. I don't even know if this is real, it might be AI, to be honest, but I'll quickly show you it. Try not get demonetized. I don't think I should get demonetized for watching that Donald Trump interview. I might do. We'll see. Oh god. Was that real? That did not look real. That guy ragdolled like a fucking computer generated image. Double backflip on a fucking motorbike. Just seems like a bad idea to me. Why? There's no need for it. A single backflip's good enough, There's a guy called Asmongold on YouTube, and it does videos about like politics and shit. Like I want to do them things, but like I'm probably gonna get demonetized because like I'm watching most of the shit off of YouTube. Like, he watches shit off of Twitter and stuff, and I you know I can't find the videos on Twitter as easy as him because he's got like thousands and thousands of views of subscribers.
Powers that haven't really been used in terms of environment.
Teachers. Tell us.
It's over $1 billion in the United States. We're going to give expedited reviews to everybody because everyone's afraid they're going to come in and get caught in the quagmire, which is very prevalent in the United States, unfortunately, the quagmire of environmental and various other regulations and rules. And I made it a point of telling people if you invest $1 billion or more.
Anyway, Donald Trump has flip-flopped. He's gone back on the tariffs, which it's quite interesting. Let me try and find a video that I'm not going to get demonetized on. Ooh, British Army on the streets. Oh yeah. The army are going to go deal with the rubbish problem in Birmingham. Just in, fucking just in. Like the army. To be honest, we're paying the army, if fucking the public are gonna fucking strike, we're paying the army, taxpayers are paying for army, so might as well fucking get them to do something, They can do the job if fucking silly cunts want more fucking money for like chucking stuff in a bin, To be honest, I think everyone should get paid more, to be honest, Especially when you're paying council tax, Everyone should get paid much more. And the recycling, And they make a load of money off of the recycling shit, You're there, bin man, You fucking put all the recycling in the fucking thing. They recycle it, they make money out of that, Fucking sell the recycling goods for money, cash money. And you can't fucking pay, them a bit more, Come on, bro. Nobody else is going to do that job, apart from minimum wage workers, Maybe they should get a little bit more than minimum wage. It's a fucking stinky job, It's not a fucking. I mean, it's a fucking easy job, I'm not gonna lie. It's a fucking simple job, A fucking monkey could do it, But still a job that needs to get done, and we pay a lot of money in tax and shit. And Keir Starmer just wants to make fucking. Just wants to spend it all on fucking army and fucking Ukraine war. Like, how about you fucking pay the people first? Well, Why do you have two exclamation marks in your name? Torbs. Taking our rights back. Are you the real Torbs? You seem like the real Torbs. Once I look at your chat activity. Could you say, Joe, you talk some shite with an E, you know? But I always wonder, because we get some interpreters on my channel. Anyway, Keir Starmer in that press conference didn't say fucking jack shit, you know, it just fucking, it talked proper government speak, you know, oh, blah, 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 we are going to stamp out wars and, you know, the people against our countries, you know. What are you on about, you know? Like, what are you going to do, though? Are you going to do anything? Oh, we're just going to fucking spend more money on military, you know? That's what we're going to do. That'll fucking solve everything, you know? Let's spend more tax money, you know? Good idea. Like, that's all he said he's going to do, you know? Somebody asked about Canada, and like Keir Starmer just went, you know, you try to like create a enemy that's not there, you know. We support Canada, blah blah blah. We don't fucking support Canada, you know. we haven't supported Canada for a long time, you know. Even though fucking Canada's based on like our laws compared to American law, you know, but. Like Canada just took our fucking English laws and just run with it, you know, and made their own fucking decision on English law. In fact, Canada is a lot like England in that respect, in freedom of speech respect, you know, because, you know, police now fucking are now starting to do that in England, you know, like actually police freedom of speech, you know. Like, that's been happening in Canada a long time, you know. Like, don't talk bad about the government, you know. Like, oh no, you can't do that. In fact, I saw that in America, but this guy wasn't a national. He wasn't actually born in the country. It was an immigrant, a legal immigrant, not illegal. A legal immigrant. It was actually a legal immigrant, but they sent him back to his country just because they were protesting. And I was like, that's a slippery slope, you know. And you know, Asmongold was saying, oh, you know, he can't say that. He doesn't know anything about fucking American politics and stuff. And it's like, well, technically, you know, you leave a country. You emigrate to a different country because you want freedom of speech sometimes, you know, and you might do it illegally, you might do it legally, but if you're gonna not allow people to have freedom of speech against the government, once they emigrate and part of society legally, you know, then are they not allowed freedom of speech like the rest of your cunts, you know? Like, it's a slippery slope, you know. Like, I understand why people want to come to England, you know. I understand why people want to emigrate from places that don't have very good freedom of speech, you know. Polish people, They want to fucking come here. They don't have very good freedom of speech. Hence why, you know, Germany doesn't have very good freedom of speech. Russia has no freedom of speech, but you don't see a lot of Russians emigrating, do you? You don't see loads of Russians emigrating. Do you know why? Because it works over there, you know? The lack of freedom of speech is negated by the fact that President Putin fucking don't want no fucking terrorists in this country, you know? So it's fucking, it works. It just works, you know? Putin knows what's right, you know what's not right? Bringing a lot of fucking immigrants to this country and then bringing their religion over to us and ruining what's left of our culture, you know, kicking everybody out, you know. Like, it's called the white replacement project. It's the new cult. It's the newest cult, you know. The white replacement project in England, you know. It's the newest cult, you know. Like, even white people get on board with it, you know. White replacement project. I'm not even joking, you know. We're being replaced, you know. We're actually being replaced. Everywhere immigration happens, white people move out. So, and you know, loads of rubbish, you know, like Birmingham. Like figuratively and literally speaking. Loads of rubbish. Sorry. Immigrants, you know, I didn't mean to refer to you as rubbish. But yeah. Have you ever had a dream about a fucking Asian person? If you're white, you know. I don't think I've ever had a dream about a non-white person. I've never seen a black person in my dream, you know. I've never seen a brown person in my dream. I don't know what that means. Maybe it means I'm racist, but like, as far as I'm aware, I've never ever seen a black person or actually maybe once. Maybe once I saw a black person. But I couldn't tell what colour he was, to be honest. It was a non-coloured person. It did look black though, to be honest. But I couldn't really tell his colour. I thought it was God. I even said to him, I was dreaming, like, are you God? You know, is God actually black? You know, I had a dream about fucking God. Well, I thought it was God. You know, because it were telling me a lot of shit. And I was just like, I don't have to listen to you. Are you God or something? You know. Like, and then I woke up. Mostly ex-girlfriends. You see dreams about. Like I have never had a dream about a fucking Asian guy, you know. I've never had a dream about a brown looking person. Maybe a black person, but not a brown person. I don't know what that is, you know. Like, I don't know why that is, but like I live in Bradford as well, so I come across brown people all the time, you know. Like they're everywhere, you know. They're fucking everywhere. You know, I've never had a dream about somebody in a burqa, you know. I've never had somebody in a fucking ninja suit, you know. I've never had somebody in a bloody, you know. I've never had a dream like. I'm not trying to make a point of that. I'm just saying, you know, I've never had a dream about. I just like I noticed one day and I was just like, I've never had a fucking dream about a black person or a fucking brown person. Has anybody else? Has anybody else had a dream about fucking a Muslim, you know? Like, have you ever had sex? Have you ever had a wet dream about a fucking shagging a Muslim girl, you know? Like, with a burqa on, you know? It's not sexy, you know? Like, why would you have a dream about that, you know? Like, nobody wants to fucking shag a ninja, for fuck's sake. You know, can't even fucking see their ankles, you know. Ridiculous. I have no point, you know. There's no point to anything that I just said right there. Maybe we should ask Muslims. Like, you know, like maybe we should ask Pakistanis. You know, do you have dreams about fucking white girls or Asian? Do you have dreams about fucking wearing a full face covering and, you know, like covering your ankles? Do you have dreams about that? Do you have dreams about that, or are your wet dreams like white women? You know, like I wonder like what they dream about, Asian men. You know. Be interesting to find out. I'm pretty sure they only dream about white girls, you know. Like Asian women are just not very attractive, are they? You know. Like I don't wanna like hate on Muslim women, but you know, like they're just not very attractive. I've never been attracted to a Muslim girl. Well, actually, I tell a lie. I've one girl. She was pretty fit, to be honest. In school, she was called Jamie. She were Indian though, so she was pretty fit. Also, there was one Pakistani girl. Well, she wasn't Pakistani. She were English. She talked perfect English. She was probably born in England. She was pretty fit in the supermarket, you know. Like she still is pretty fit. She's still there, you know. But like, very rarely I'm attracted to Asian lasses. Like brown girls, you know. That will be next protest. Why don't they dream about us? They do dream about us. Like Asians dream about white girls, I bet. Asian men dream about white. I wonder what fucking women dream about, actually. Like, do women have wet dreams? Like sexual dreams, I mean. Never actually heard of fucking women talk about a wet dream that they've had, you know. Be interesting to know. I had a wet dream last night. That's all. You know, I didn't wake up wet, but you know, like that's because we do things to mitigate that. Let's there goes my wires. Wires. What did you do? Am I going to pub? Did you say I'm off to pub? You off to pub? Why have you got a fucking gold star? Are you fucking? Are you a gold star membership? Phone charger. Have you fucked your phone charger up? No. Don't fuck your charger up, bro. It's the worst. I want one of them things where you just put it down the fucking thing and it charges. But the only problem is like I have to stand my phone up to live stream, so like, it's not gonna work, is it? Like a fucking magnetic charger, whatever they're called. It'll just be more awkward. There's a phone with charger on the top and the bottom, so you can like choose where to put it, you know. Because plugging your phone in at the bottom, like it always gets in the way sometimes. Well, it doesn't always get in the way, but you know, it's just annoying sometimes. Well, I said 2 charger points, the 2 USB-C ports. But one's on the top of your phone and one's on the side of your phone. Like, it's a genius idea. Why did I not think of that? I had a dream with Fiola Benjamin in it. Fiola Benjamin. I never recognise the people I dream about. Like I say I had a wet dream, you know. I was just cuddled up to her. And then like all I remember just being cuddled up to her on the sofa. Like, well, not even on a sofa, on like the smallest chair. We were just sleeping together. Not even sex, you know, just like going to sleep together, you know, like cuddled up to her. And then she fucking sucked someone else's dick when I woke up. Like the next thing I noticed, she's fucking sucking someone else's dick. And I'm like, what the fuck? I mean, to be honest, I did watch a lot of porn, you know, so that might have been why. Before I went to bed, I watched a lot of porn. So maybe that's probably why that happened. But right. And I even got jealous in my dream. Like, I'm a very jealous person. I even got fucking jealous about it. I was just like, oh, fucking, you're sucking his dick. You could be sucking my dick. You know, like, ridiculous. Play school. Play. You fucking, don't say that in fucking chat, bro. That's disgusting. I don't think I've ever dreamed about. I don't think I've ever had a dream about a kid in my dreams either. That's a new one, bare bones. You shouldn't say that in public, you know. Like, keep that one out, you know. Like, fucking skip that one, you know. Like, skip that dream. Don't talk about that one, you know. Fuck. If you'll get into trouble talking about that. Hopefully it wasn't a wet dream, you know. Like, fuck me, bro. The black lady used to dance with Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty. There should be no black people in Humpty Dumpty. I don't think. What's the meaning of Humpty Dumpty again? There's a meaning behind Humpty Dumpty. All the king's horses. I think it's something to do with like raping somebody. Raping people. You know, the army used to rape people. I think that's what Humpty Dumpty is all about. Something about raping. I can't remember. It's a pretty sick Humpty Dumpty, to be honest. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. Humpty Dumpty couldn't put all the... Maybe it's not about rape. Maybe it's about fucking... I don't know. All the king's horses and all king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Yeah, it's probably about psychological shit, but big up Humpty Dumpty. Mum used to sing Puff the Magic Dragon to me when I was going to sleep. Right. One of my favourite nursery rhymes. Puff the magic dragon lives by the sea. Like, I didn't know Mum were a crackhead at that point, you know. But I didn't know my mum knew what heroin was at that point when I was a kid, but you know, like, apparently that's what fucking Puff the Magic Dragon's about. Heroin, chasing the dragon, you know. Like, I was educated about drugs from a very young age. He used to sing it to me when I was a baby to get me to go to sleep while I was smoking heroin, maybe. No, I don't think my mum smoked heroin. I've never seen my mum smoke heroin. She probably has done before, you know. In fact, I'll ask my mum and dad that, you know. My dad's smoked everything, you know, like, for sure. I don't know about my mum. My mum was like, she pretended to be all innocent, but, you know, she wasn't. You know, she was fucking... I mean, that's probably how mum and dad met, on drugs, you know. That'll be a good story, you know. How did your mum and dad meet? Oh, they were fucking smoking heroin together, you know. Like, probably the way my mum and dad met, you know. Like, when my dad found out that I'd tried heroin and crack, and I was like, oh, don't smoke that shit, you know. Don't fucking do that shit, you know. So, my dad don't agree with fucking crack and heroin. But, you know, which were quite interesting. That's one from your dreams. Which one? Actually, one time I did dream about kids. This was when I was a very young age. Like, well, a teenager. I was a teenager. And I dreamt that I saw a monkey in a cave. There used to be like this rock mine near us that there was no rock left, so it just got left as a big fucking rock mine. And we used to hang around there as kids, you know, like, and there were like loads of little fucking caves and like dark holes and, you know, shit. And I had a dream about a monkey in this cave. And I just went, there's a fucking monkey. And, well, to be honest, I didn't see any of my mates, you know, but, like, I just said, run, there's a fucking monkey. And they go, what the fuck you on about? There's a fucking monkey. You're a fucking silly cunt. No, seriously, there's a fucking monkey. I'm there fucking sprinting away. That were a good dream. Like, I still don't even know to this day if that were real or not. You know, it were that realistic. You know? I actually, you know, because I can't remember it very well. You know, like it's blurred into fucking real life. You know, did I actually fucking see a monkey in a cave? You know, not just a monkey. You know, like a big fucking yeti. You know, like massive fucking thing. I mean, it might have seemed bigger to me because I were a kid, but you know, like I stood there for a second. I was just staring at it, and it was just staring back at me, and it was like fuck this, I'm out, you know, and I just ran away. Usually you wake up when you're scared, don't you? Like, if you get scared, you wake up straight away. I didn't wake up this time, you know, like, well, I actually got the chance to run away and fucking tell my mates, you know, I've just seen a monkey, run. Nobody believed me. Like, shut up, JoeKingAudits. I'm like, no, seriously, run, brother, run. Keep running, you know. Or a weird dream. If it was a dream, maybe I did see a monkey. There's not to be a monkey in England, right? Surely not. Unless it's escaped from a zoo or something, you know. I had a dream the other night as well, you know. I've been having dreams a lot recently. I had a dream about living in a castle, you know, but it had the fucking biggest wall you've ever seen in your life, you know, like just one brick wall, you know. It were like fucking, you know when you see like a skyscraper. When you see a skyscraper and you look up at it, it were that big, you know, you can't even see the end of it. You know, if you stood at the bottom of it, you can't even see the fucking top. It were like that, but it was just one massive wall. And the walls inside were like fucking walls inside, but you could just see like this wall. And this guy were rock climbing on it. It were rock climbing up the wall. And I just looked up and this guy just fucking, like, he didn't have no ropes or anything. He just like does like the fucking jump, like when they're fucking doing rock climbing, you know, and then just grab onto the fucking ledge, and he grabs onto the ledge, and my balls just went fucking, and then I woke up. You know, I absolutely fucking. It caught on, and I saw him caught on, and I was just like, oh my god, and like my vertigo just kicked in, and I woke up. And like I couldn't get it out of my mind. I could not get it out of my mind. Just this massive wall. I'm stood on floor, you know. Like there's no like you would think there's no vertigo for somebody that stood on the floor in a dream, you know. And I'm in bed, and I still feel the vertigo from just watching this guy just rock climb and like grab onto like all the way up there, like it were miles away. It looked like a fucking ant. It was like it's climbed up a lot of a lot of the wall. It was the weirdest. Like I've never had a dream like that before. I've never had a dream about vertigo before. Like I fly in my dream, you know. I don't even have vertigo when I'm flying. When I have flying dreams, I don't even have vertigo. I mean, like most of the time I can't see the floor, so it's not that bad. But I'm just looking forward most of the time when I'm flying. I mean, I'm in clouds, you know, I can't even fucking see the floor. and I'm flying, you know, so right, don't need to worry about falling. So vertigo doesn't. If you can fly, you know, vertigo don't matter, you know. But if I can't fly, you know, vertigo, like, I need to get rid of that fucking. Like, I woke up and I couldn't get that fucking brick wall out of my head. I couldn't get that brick wall out of my head, and I was just like, I felt vertigo, even though I come back to reality. I've woken up, you know. I couldn't get it out of my head, and I couldn't get rid of the vertigo. The feeling when you get vertigo. I don't know if you've ever experienced that. It's an irrational fear where you're scared of heights. But I'm still scared of heights, even though I've just woken up in bed. And I couldn't get back to sleep because every time I closed my eyes, I could just see this wall. Like, what do they call it? Fucking lucid fucking dreaming. Every time I closed my eyes, I just fucking saw this massive wall, and it wasn't even the guy up there. It wasn't even fucking, you know. It was just how big this fucking wall was. It just went on forever. Just a massive fucking wall that never you couldn't even see the top of it. I mean, I couldn't see the top of it because of this overhanging building as well. I don't even know what that was. It was like a castle wall, you know. It was like a castle wall, but it sloped that way, like to the outside, which was weird as well. Like the most realistic wall I've ever seen in a dream as well. Like, it looked like a real wall, you know, like it were higgledy-piggledy bricks, you know, like fucking, you know, like it wasn't like a house where all the bricks are in perfect alignment, you know. It were actually, you know, once you get so high, you know, you're not gonna have fucking perfectly aligned bricks, you know, like that's what it was like. It was like a realistic wall, you know. Most weirdest thing. Like, you know, I think I'm a genius, but I'm not that much of a genius where my mind can fucking just make up fucking realistic looking walls like that, you know. Like, it makes you believe in remote viewing sometimes, you know. Like when I dream, you know, like I'm like, maybe somebody has seen something like this, and I'm just like experiencing what they've seen before. Right. I can't imagine a wall that exists in this world that's anything like that, though. Unless it's the pyramids, you know. But it wasn't a pyramid. Well, I don't know what it was like on the outside, to be honest. Like, I were in the inside of this wall. And I have no idea why someone was climbing it, you know. I have no idea why someone was climbing that wall. Like, what does that mean, you know? Like, that's... Dreams have got to mean something, right? Something to do with your mental instability, you know, like, whatever you're fucking dreaming about, you know. God knows what that fucking meant. Check the trailer, Joe. I'm on YouTube. The Grizzly Man, it was interesting. Timothy Treadwell, what a guy. I watched the Grizzly Man documentary overnight. That was something, let me tell you. What's it about? You know, like, he died. R.I.P. Did he die? Like if it's videos about being on high places, you know, I'm not gonna watch that. There's no way. I can't even watch free runners. Yeah, I can't watch any of that shit. I can't watch that if you're gonna be in high places, you know. I don't mind parachute jumps because you can't see the floor very. But like if you're not high places, alright. It's not high places. Okay. Well, what is it then? Give us a clue. Rotten tomatoes. That looks like a high place. Oh, it's flying. That's all right. No, I'm not going to watch that. Like, is trying to get eaten by a bear, and he probably did get eaten by a bear. Well, you know, like, that's just silly, you know. Like, just don't do what that guy does. Did he get eaten by a bear? Is that what you're trying to fucking show me? You got eaten by a bear. Oh my god, he's touching a fucking bear. He's trying to stroke a bear. Are you fucking mental, bro? Did he fucking stroke a bear and got eaten? Is that what happened? He got eaten by a bear. Right? I mean, get rich quick or die trying, I suppose. But, you know, like that guy died before he even got rich. You know? Fucking joker, man. Like, why would you do that? Right. I mean, you know, it's a good way to commit suicide, I suppose. Probably the best way to commit suicide, get eaten by a bear. I bet the bear took one taste out of him and fucking, I'm not even eating that, you know. I'd rather eat some salmon, you know. Right. Fucking shit, bro. Really? Somebody fucking made a video about dying to a bear. Right? It's animal cruelty, even fucking suggesting that the bear should eat you, you know? Like, that's animal cruelty. Like the bear don't want to eat you, you know. He just wants to fucking kill you because you're fucking in way, you know. Probably. Bears are actually not very complex beings, you know. Like, you know, dogs bark at you. Well, bears don't bark. They just bite, you know. instead of like dogs, you know, dogs bark. Bears just fucking bite you, you know, like, and claw you to death, you know, like. That's how simple bears are, you know. Like that, you know, they don't know anything better, you know. Like that's the way they are, you know. Like, if you're gonna hang around with bears in bear country, you know, and expect to get barked at, you know, they'll bark all day long, you know, they'll fucking bark and tear you apart, you know, like, they're just like dogs. Bears are just like dogs, you know, they just bark all the time. Fuck you out of my territory. And, you know, if you're not careful, they'll just tear you apart, you know. Simple as that. They're not fucking... It's not rocket science, you know. They have the same size brain as a fucking dog, which is about that big, you know. They don't know anything else. They're just fucking pea brains. They have pea brains, you know, like pea for a brain, you know. Like. Not very clever. In fact, a dog has probably a bigger brain than a bear, maybe. I wonder actually. I wonder which one has a bigger brain. I think they'll be about the same size. A dog and a bear. Let's Google. Who has a bigger brain? Bear or a dog? Bears typically have larger brains. Dogs have more neurons in their cerebral cortex than such larger animals. Brown bear, for example, has a larger overall brain volume, according to studies. So, basically the same size, just dogs have more neurons in the brain. Which makes them about the same, probably makes them like exactly the same intelligence as a bear. A dog and a bear has the same intelligence, you know. The only difference is we domesticated dogs. We didn't fucking domesticate bears, you know, for good reason. And even then, you know, even dogs will fucking still eat you if the shit hits the fan. I was thinking, what is this guy on? I mean, top props for trying. Trying what? To live with bears? Like what? Why? There's not. You know. In England, you know, we used to have bears in England once upon a time. We fucking killed them all. Like as a society, we killed all the bears in England, and the thinking about it reintroducing bears, because there used to be bears and moose, you know, they're thinking about reintroducing moose as well. I mean, there's a lot of extinct animals that used to exist in England, you know, fucking wild cats. Like they're thinking about reintroducing all the fucking extinct animals because it's actually good for biodiversity. You know, it's actually good for like killing rodents and killing like mice and rats and, you know, beavers, and, you know, like beavers are fucking quite destructive to the if you reintroduce and salmon and stuff, you know, like not salmon, but you know, like a lot of fish are in trouble in like waters because the salmon are just too successful because there's no bears to fucking eat all the salmon, so the salmon is just eating all the fucking little fish, so they don't have a chance to fucking breed, and then salmon's gonna go extinct. You know, like you need predators to fucking get rid of to cull the salmon, so like all the little fish don't go extinct. And you know, it's fucking we basically just wiped out all the bears because they didn't want fucking bears walking into his fucking house and going, we're gonna eat a human today, you know. But people are thinking about reintroducing fucking bears and moose. Moose eat loads of berries and fucking spread the fucking poop everywhere and spread the seeds everywhere, which creates fucking just an automatic machine that spreads fucking seeds everywhere. And the dung like fucking fertilizes the plants, so you get a better biodiversity of plants, right? Because they eat berries and shit, you know. Like, it's no brainer really, but you know, we wiped them all out because we're all fucking idiots. And you know, like people kept fucking driving the cars into moose and stuff, you know. Like, maybe moose are aggressive though. They come on your porch and fucking they'll smash your house up. They don't give a shit, and they're dumb as fuck. Got no brain, but you know, like people say there's enough land in Scotland that you could reintroduce the bears and the moose and things like that without too many issues. You'd have to keep them contained, but I'm all for it. You know, I'd have bears. I'd like to see a bear in England, you know, again. No doubt. Moose, you know, I'd like to see a moose in England. Fucking do it, you know. I'd like to see fire-breathing dragons, to be honest, and just fucking burn everything, you know. Like I won't mind dying to a fire-breathing dragon, you know. That'll be a fucking, you know, be a better way to go than a fucking cow knocking you over anyway. Let's put it that way. I'd rather die to a fire-breathing dragon, you know. Let's bring back fire-breathing dragons, you know. I'd have a fucking fire-breathing dragon for a pet. Fire-breathing dragons are technically a myth, but technically, biologically, scientists have done the research. Technically, fire-breathing dragons could actually exist. You know, because they eat a lot of rocks and shit, and because like when they're picking up sheeps and stuff off the ground, they fucking get rocks stuck in the teeth, and you know, like they out of that, you know, they digest the rocks and it creates hydrogen, so they have this this sac that, you know, instead of like a liver, you know, it fucking gets rid of the hydrogen from the minerals and shit that they ingest, and they have digestion, like, you know, instead of farting, you know, they have fucking hydrogen, they make hydrogen gas, so they have this sac that just like gets rid of the hydrogen, so they have this sac full of hydrogen, and you know, sometimes they'll fart, and apparently they could have like a little gland in the mouth, like a penis in the mouth, under the tongue or whatever, and that gets rid of the hydrogen, like breathing. And because they've got flint stuck in the teeth, when they grind the teeth together, that creates a spark, and the hydrogen that comes out of the mouth when they're fucking angry, and they're like fucking, oh, I'm angry, so you get tense up, don't you? And that fucking pushes the hydrogen out of the gland, and that can create a fire-breathing dragon. It's technically possible. Biologically possible. There's plenty of stories on news to talk about. What bears? Or fire-breathing dragons. I want to pet fire-breathing dragons. You know, nobody's gonna fuck with me then, no. I'm riding my fire-breathing dragon, you know. I wanted a pet dragon before fucking Game of Thrones, by the way. I wanted a fire-breathing dragon before the Game of Thrones, you know. It's not because of Game of Thrones. I did watch Game of Thrones afterwards, you know, but I wanted a fire-breathing dragon as a pet before fucking Game of Thrones. You know, they brought back a direwolf. They brought back a direwolf from the dead. Well, they put direwolf DNA inside of a dog, not a normal wolf. But you know, they've actually brought back the direwolf. The direwolves were like in dinosaur times as well. Well, I don't know if they're in dinosaur times. Yeah, I think they're in dinosaur times. I think direwolves were in dinosaur times. That's fucking 32 million years ago. You know? Something daft. Right. Well, maybe not. Like direwolves have nothing. Like no. Like direwolves are completely different species to normal wolves in real life, I think. But they are so similar that the DNA could be used in a normal wolf and it would be successful. It's technically an abomination, you know. It's technically not even. It's technically a new species, you know. I don't even think they can breed with other wolves. Like, well, I wonder. Well, they can breed with other wolves because they've got the same parts, but you know, like, I wonder what would happen if you bred them with a different wolf. They're only puppies right now, but you know, like, we'll see what happens. Direwolves went extinct naturally, though. I think their genetics wasn't as good as our wolves that we have today. So either that or they all got eaten by dinosaurs. I'm not sure. I mean, nobody knows because it's fucking 32 million years ago. But you know, like, I think their genetics wasn't actually as good as the wolves that we have today. So they're bigger, you know. They've got to eat more food, so they might have fucking just starved to death. Just gone extinct because they couldn't find enough food. or enough oxygen, because like back 32 million years ago, there weren't as much oxygen as there is now, so they needed bigger lungs and stuff. So maybe the environment played a part in their demise. Like, a lot of things went extinct because of the lack of oxygen, and when the asteroid hit, that created a massive nuclear explosion. And yes, it is a nuclear explosion. I figured it out eventually. A nuclear explosion means an explosion big enough to split atoms. That's what a nuclear explosion means. And an asteroid could actually create an explosion big enough to split atoms. So a meteorite strike could actually create a nuclear explosion, which causes massive amounts of heat, which creates the water to evaporate, which creates an atmosphere rich in oxygen. This is what fucking Elon Musk wants to do on Mars, by the way. Just nuke the shit out of Mars, boil the water, create an atmosphere, then you can live on Mars. You won't be able to live on the part that you won't be able to live on the fucking part that you nuked, but you could live on the opposite side of the world. It'll take fucking 1,000 years before it's inhabitable, probably, after bombing it to shit, but it's a possibility. Interesting shit. Let's just hope there's nobody living on Mars, If we nuke Mars today, waited 1,000 years, evolution might fucking actually create life on Mars without us even having to go there. Because, like, scientists are pretty sure there's water on Mars under the surface. All you need is a bit of moisture, a bit of warmth, and a bit of fucking air, and you've got fucking life, So, like, technically, we could actually create life, We could be gods, We could actually technically create life just by fucking a nuclear bomb. It's ridiculous, but few nuclear bombs, maybe that's how fucking life was created on Earth, Just a few nuclear bombs, like fucking here we are. To be honest, it'd take a lot to terraform the whole of Mars. It would take a lot of nuclear bombs, like, to create an atmosphere across the whole planet. Like, Mars is like fucking as big as Earth. Like, it'd take a lot. But once you get some trees growing, then it's pumping out fucking atmosphere, like, straight away. You only need a few trees, and it's pumping out atmosphere. As long as you keep them fucking trees warm and healthy, you know, like after 1,000,000 years, you know, like Mars could be the new Earth, you know, literally. Just got to warm it up, you know, just got to warm it up, basically. Like the water's probably fucking actually not even ice under the surface as well. Like the warmth of the planet would actually, it's only cold on the surface because it's far away from the sun, you know. Well, mostly it's, most of the time it's far away from the sun. On the inside of the fucking Mars, it's nice and warm, you know. Lovely and warm, like perfect for microbial beasts to exist. Like there's got to be. I don't know if I'm right, but there's got to be alien life out there because it's warm on the inside of Mars. That Lawrence is what we don't, right? I got a delivery. I got a new basketball. Gotta go out to this fucking wall. Yeah. I didn't want a grey coloured basketball, but it was cheaper to buy the fucking shit colour, you know. So it was 21 quid, 22 quid with delivery. And it's from Sports Direct as well. But I went to Sports Direct and they charged fucking 40 quid at the shop. On Amazon, they're fucking cheaper. Why? Yeah. Why is it more expensive if you buy it in a shop? You're not going to make no money, you know. Selling it more expensive if I've got to pay fucking rent, I've got to pay fucking, yeah. Do we have to pay fucking rent as well? Do we have to fucking pay the rent? Like, obviously, fucking shops are gonna fail. You know, no one's gonna go to a shop if you don't fucking be competitive with the internet, you know. It's from the same shop, and it's cheaper to buy it online than in the shop, you know. Why? Like the normal colour is more expensive. I don't know why. No idea why. Probably because that colour gets bought more, you know, like they buy, you know, it's the same basketball, but, you know, like a different colour is not as preferable, so you have to go through each colour separately, you know, to find out the price on Amazon. You're like, fucking, what's this colour, you know, that's fucking more expensive. Oh, this colour, that's fucking, it's a bit cheaper. Oh, this colour, fucking £16, you know, deal. Like, you know, it's the same fucking basketball, just a different colour, you know, a less bought fucking colour, you know. Like, there is black basketballs as well. They're actually cheaper as well. You could get a black basketball, but you can't see a black basketball if we play at night. You know, we can't see a black basketball. Like, I thought this colour might be like this was actually the cheapest colour of basketball in Wilson. You know, but yeah. It seems a bit more slippery than usual. Yeah, as soon as it gets some dust on it, it'll be alright. It just needs a bit of chalk on it. You know. I'm happy with it. Hear what Katy Perry said after flying into space. You know, one person, you know, said, oh fucking hell, I forgot now. I found it quite funny, you know. I put it on Facebook. Did I put it on Facebook? No, I think I made a comment about it. You know, we're making it about fucking sexual assaults, you know, playing the victim as usual. Women are always playing victim. You know. Even when they go into space, you know, like, oh fucking, we're still the victim, you know, oh dear. We can spend £1 million fucking on a rocket and go to space, but we're still the victim, you know, like, oh, poor women, you know. We're always the victim. I can't remember what she said. I'll figure it out. I'll come back to you. You know, it's not about like fucking, oh, look, you know, women have done something very special today, you know, they dare go into space, you know, they're fucking, by the way, all the time, you know, I mean, I don't know if you watch this fucking, the, fucking, what's his fucking name called? The rocket that sent all fucking women into space. But like all you hear is just screaming, you know. Like proper high pitched screaming. And it's like, shut up, we can't even understand what you're saying, you know. Like, can't you just come back down to earth, you know? Come back down, you know, fucking calm down. You know, like, stop screaming, for God's sake. Can't understand what you're saying. You know, like, Katy Perry says, "Oh, I'm gonna sing, and I'm gonna like show my new set list, my latest fucking tour, you know, while I'm in space." She forgot all about that. She didn't even fucking do it, you know. She just forgot all about that. You know, she was just enjoying herself. Fair enough, you know, like fine, but you know. You know, one woman said something, you know, like one woman, you know, they did a helicopter tour of the site. One woman had a fucking seatbelt on, all twisted. And they never showed the pilot, by the way. They never showed the pilot. You know why? Because the pilot was a man. You know, the pilot was a man, so he wasn't allowed to be on camera. You know, like, can't have a man on camera when you're sending a lot of women into space. No, it's not allowed. Couldn't they have found a women pilot? No, because you know mostly it's just men that are pilots. You know. 99% of people are men pilots, you know. Like, you know, they probably went up to the company that flies helicopters and goes, "Have you not got a woman pilot?" And it's like, "No, we don't have a woman pilot, you know." Fucking you'll have to do then, you man. You fucking man will have to do, I suppose. We'll just won't put you on camera, you know. Ridiculous. It's all about the women today, you know. It's all about the women. Girl power, you know. Fucking shut the fuck up. Fucking, we had enough of girl power when Spice Girls fucking happened, you know. We had enough of that. Even the fucking women, you know, didn't appreciate that much, you know. Especially when you all got married, you know. When all Spice Girls got married, you know, fucking Spice Girl just ended then, you know. Like when all Spice Girls got married to a man, oh my God, God forbid they get married to a fucking man, you know. Fucking Spice Girls just ceased to exist, you know. The only person that still existed was the lesbian, you know. Mel C, you know, Mel C, you know. That's the only one that fucking, you know, had a following, because she didn't get married to a man, you know. I don't want to get married to a man, you know. The Lesbians kept fucking Mel C going for a while, you know. She was a good singer. I'm not going to deny it. She was actually a good singer. She did actually sing very manly, though. I'm not going to lie. I didn't like her. She sang a bit manly for my liking. You know, she was rapping and shit. You know. Like Mel B had a solo career as well, didn't she? That didn't last very long. You know why? Because she fucking used to like shagging men. I don't think she got married, but you know, she used to like shagging men, so like that. You know, it's not very girl power, you know. It's not very girl power if you're gonna get married, you know, and fucking have sex with men, you know, like. That's why fucking Spice Girl failed. Probably. I don't know. I don't know why, you know. Well, they all got old as well, you know. They all got old. Emma Bunton, you know, she got married. She had to do some radio career and stuff, you know. She went on a radio, you know, like. Posh Spice, she got married to David Beckham, you know, like, that's not very girl power. It's not very girl power, you know. You can't get married if you're doing girl power, you know. You can't be getting married, you know. Like, who do you think you are? Would you have fucked her? I liked fucking Jerry Spice. She's a right slut. She fucking shagged all the men, you know. She didn't even get married. She just shagged everybody, you know. She was a dirty bitch. She reminded me of my English teacher, you know. I would have shagged Jerry Spice all day long. She was a dirty girl, you know. She was fucking dirty girl. Probably had loads of fucking diseases, but you know. Yeah, I like Jerry Spice best. I think it's just because she reminded me of my English teacher. My English teacher had ginger hair and big boobs. Like I've never been attracted to people with big boobs, you know. But when I was younger, I mean, still to this day, I'm not really attracted to people with big boobs. Like just a handful, just a C cup, you know. A C cup's good enough. Like I like C cup. If they're too big, you know, I don't like it. But because Jerry Spice reminded me of my English teacher, you know, like it turned me on, you know. My English teacher used to wear prostitute boots all the time and a skirt, and you know, like she wore unconventional clothes. Like she'd make herself look like a teacher, you know, like proper like old fashioned, like 1960s clothes or something, you know. I don't know how to explain it, but she had a style about her. And it was very attractive.
Hi mate, you okay?
Sorry. I had a call. Oh. One thing I can say about Indian food. What was it called again? Samosas. That's so good. Like, this is better. samosas are better than Cornish pasties. You know, for sure. Any day of the week. Same as Cheryl Cole. What we're talking about. Oh, Spice Girls. Cheryl Cole, yeah, she's a dirty bitch as well, isn't she? She went out with Andy Cole, right? Football player. I might make a salad. I know it's weird, but I just fancy a salad. Like just salad and maybe some beef or chicken or both. Like they actually put salad in this burger. Tomato, cucumber, lettuce, onion. It tastes so good. Because it's warm, you know. You don't want cold salad. It doesn't taste of anything. You can literally, like a big massive bowl of salad, like a full iceberg lettuce, onion, tomatoes, cucumber, beetroot, avocado. You just stick it all in a bowl and you can just pick at it all day and you don't ever feel full. Balsamic vinegar, salt, pepper. You don't really need a lot. You just need a big enough bowl to put it all in. Has chicken in it as well. Weird cubes of chicken. actually so good. Like, I wasn't hungry until I started eating this. You know, the mayonnaise, the garlic mayonnaise is very suspiciously white, which weird. Not proper mayonnaise. I made mayonnaise. We made mayonnaise once. We ran out of mayonnaise in the golf club, but we had eggs and we had olive oil, big fucking tubs of olive oil, and my boss just said, "Make mayonnaise." I'm like, how the fuck do you make mayonnaise? Google it. You know, you make mayonnaise. Here's the ingredients. Google it, how to make mayonnaise. This is the fucking equipment you need. Food processor and all that shit. Well, not food processor, fucking whisk. Electric whisk. I make mayonnaise. And they're like, you don't know how to make mayonnaise? Google it. You know. It said, you know, we shouldn't actually, like, you shouldn't actually serve homemade mayonnaise in the restaurant industry, just in case somebody gets sick, you know, gets fucking salmonella because you're using raw eggs. You know, you should never use raw eggs in the restaurant industry. Mainly because it's just hard to track, like what fucking caused the food poisoning. But my boss is like, just make fucking mayonnaise. It takes forever, you know. It takes forever to fucking make mayonnaise. Like literally forever. I'm just there, just stood there, just whisking, like forever. Oh, dump a bit of oil in, whisk. Dump a bit of oil in, whisk. I'm like, it's not fucking working. But my boss just said, just put more oil in. Just keep putting oil in, you know. It'll fucking work. Well, it's not working. He comes along and goes, it just fucking, it chucks loads of fucking oil in and it just fucking starts whisking and it fucking worked. It was right. It was right. It was going to work eventually. You know. Just got to keep putting oil in so it fucking emulsifies. Who knew? Who knew? I'm there drizzling it in, you know. I'm there fucking like slowly drizzle it in, you know. Like, they're just wanting a file. That's the only fucking thing. And we made a coleslaw out of homemade mayonnaise made with olive oil. It actually tasted amazing. You know, olive oil's a bit strong. We actually had 2 batches. One with the mayonnaise we had left. We had a big fucking big fuck off tub of mayonnaise. But it wasn't enough, you know. It were a wedding, you know. There were loads of people, but we only had enough tub for one batch of coleslaw. And the coleslaw went in fucking like 2 seconds, you know. Everybody wanted coleslaw. The fucking breaks fucking coleslaw, you know, a big tub that you buy. Everybody wanted that coleslaw. We made the olive oil coleslaw. Like, because it was running out. You know, yeah, most of it. But you'd think because it's olive oil, you know, it tastes fucking different. But it didn't taste that much different. It wasn't extra virgin olive oil. It wasn't that strong, but you know. Like, it tasted better, if anything. And you know, I was making it. And I didn't put enough salt in. Like, I'm there fucking sprinkling and salt in, tasting it, and that's not enough salt. Sprinkling and salt in. I'm like, okay, that's good enough, you know. And my boss came and tasted it. He goes, did you put any salt in? I'm like, yep. Are you happy with it, salt in? Yes, I'm happy with it. No, it needs more salt. And he fucking picks a big handful of salt. It's for a big bucket of coleslaw, by the way, you know. He picks up a big handful of salt and just chucks it all in. That's enough salt. Mix it up, you know, that's enough salt. And, you know. I'm there fucking sprinkling in, you know, like fucking just a little bit, you know, just a little bit more, a little bit more, you know. Like, he just fucking comes along and fucking, yeah, that's enough salt now, you know. To be honest, they were right, you know. They were right. There was nowhere near enough salt in it. Once I tasted it, you know, like, it was a lot better. It's just, you're always taught, you know, you're always taught. You can put more salt in, but you can't take it away. But you know, once you're proficient in your job, you know exactly how much fucking salt you need, you know. Once you've tasted it, you know exactly how much salt you need. like vegetables and like coleslaw, you know, you need a lot more salt, you know, like rice, you know, you need a lot of salt for rice. And once you've done it a thousand times, you know that you know how much fucking, you know how much salt you need for each vegetable, you know, like. It's like it's a weird thing, you know. You don't even have to taste it sometimes, you know. You just know, like potatoes, like you don't just put a pinch of salt in when you're making mash, you know. You need a big fucking chunk of salt for making mash. You know, people see cooking shows and they go, "Oh, pinch of salt," you know, pinch of salt. No, you need it for mashed potato. You need a lot of salt, unless you're putting salted butter in, and you know, put the salted butter in first, and then put your fucking salt in. Like, I know how much salt to put in mashed potato beforehand, you know, so I put the salt in first. And then I'll mash it with the salt because that helps grind the mash down, you know. But yeah, you should taste it after you put the butter in first. It's just harder to fucking mash it if you put the butter in first. If you mash it before you put the butter in, it's better, you know, it's easier. But you know, you can mash it first, then put the butter in, mash it, taste it, like, and then put the salt in afterwards. Like, you do need more salt. I don't care, unless you put loads of butter in, you know. If you put loads of butter in, you probably don't need any salt. But, you know, I don't put that much butter in my mash. I don't like my mash fucking sloppy. You know, I don't care what fucking amazing restaurants do. I like it fluffy, you know. I like it dry, just a little bit dry, you know. Not too dry, but you know, like I don't like too much butter in the mash. I like it fluffy. Fluffy but not dry, but also dry at the same time. Dry and fluffy. Dry and creamy. Dry and creamy, you know. That's the way I like my mash. You can put an egg in, you know. You can put an egg in. If you don't want loads of fat, you know, if you don't want to get fat, like if you don't want to put too much butter in, put an egg in, you know, replacement for half of the butter, you know. Just put a fucking raw egg in. Just one, you know. It don't make it taste eggy. You'd think it would make it taste eggy, but it don't. You know, it just makes it taste creamy. It just makes it more creamy, you know. Like people put milk in and shit, you know. No, don't put milk in. Double cream, no, don't put double cream in, you know. Just butter is my favourite mash. Just butter, but just enough butter to make it creamy, but not liquidy. Yeah. Just butter. I only put an egg in just to save money, because an egg's cheaper than fucking putting like 250 grams of butter in it, you know. I would put 250 grams of butter in my mash. Literally half a stick of butter, you know. Half a fucking tub of butter, you know. I put fucking a full 250 grams in. If I could afford it, but you know, like, can't afford it, so we'll put like fucking 125 grams of butter in and an egg, you know. Also, shepherd's pie, you want to put an egg in. You want to put an egg in your mash for shepherd's pie, because the egg helps the mash brown. On top. But, you know, like, these are the techniques. You know, like fucking Michelin star fucking chefs would probably make shepherd's pie and brush it with egg as well on top. You know, brush the mash on top with egg wash. Make it extra brown. It also stops the fucking browning process, which is a bit of a cheat, but you know, like, it just means all you have to do then is bring it up to temperature and fucking, you know, it burns on top, you know, like, but there you go, you know, it's faster in the restaurant industry. You don't have to do that if you put fucking egg in the mash. Michelin star chefs probably wouldn't put egg in the mash, I don't think, because it'll take longer to cook if you put egg in the mash, because it binds the mash together and the heat can't penetrate the dish, so that's why the egg wash. They'll probably heat it up and then they'll put the egg wash on and they'll burn the shit out of it on the grill, and then, you know, oh look, it looks all sexy, you know. But realistically, you know, it's just not. The mash ain't fucking cooked properly, you know. But it's faster for the restaurant industry, so like, more work, but it's actually faster. Tricks of the trade, you know, tricks of the trade. Loads of tricks of the trade. It's like Asians they'll do like fucking marinated chicken on skewers. Like the only real reason they put fucking chicken on skewers is because that's the portion, that's the way they portion control things. Crap. Like they end up slicing the chicken up anyway, so it'll cook faster. I'll put it on skewers and then they'll start fucking slicing it, you know. And then it'll fall off and then they'll grill it without the fucking skewers. Like the point of skewers is the fucking skewer gets hot and it fucking cooks from the inside. Yeah, like that's the point of skewers. But in the restaurant industry, no one gives a shit about that, you know. Everybody just wants to fucking do it as fast as possible. So the only reason for putting the chicken on the skewers is for portion control, because that's one portion of chicken. One skewer is one portion of chicken, you know. Then you know what you know, which, you know, then you know how much to put on fucking, you know. If you have to do it on the fly, you know, it's annoying, you know. Preparation is key. But They don't fucking keep it on the skewers. They start cutting away at it, and then they'll just fucking drop it on grilling, and it's like, you know, like, you're not actually getting big chunks of chicken that are cooked. That's why your chicken is dry sometimes, because they chop it off the skewer before it's even fucking cooked. You know, they'll be like, is it cooked yet? Let's fucking cut it in it. No, they just fucking chop it all off. They go, you know, fucking, you know, just chop it all off, and then we can see if it's cooked or not, you know, like, easier, you know, faster. That's why your chicken's all dry, because they cook it in little fucking tiny pieces instead of fucking big chunks, like it was supposed to be cooked on the skewer. But, you know, these are the tricks of the trade, you know. What are the tricks of the trade that people do that people don't know about? Oh, you put a fucking you put a bowl over your steak, or you put a pan over your steak, or you put a fucking weight on your steak, you know. You should never weigh down a steak, by the way. You know, you should never weigh down a steak. The only reason you weigh down your steak is because you want to cook it. You want to cook it faster. Or you put like a pan on top of your steak, and it radiates the heat from the top as well, so it cooks faster, and it pushes it down, which, you know, gets them marks on the steak faster. So gets the steak done faster. You should never do that. Like, never do that to a steak, because you're just gonna bleed juices out of it. It's gonna be less juicy. It's gonna be dry. Like for a rare steak, it's not so bad, you know, and your steak still looks pretty. But you know, you shouldn't do that. Anything more than a rare steak, you know, like. I mean, even a rare steak, you shouldn't do that. There's no need for it. Like, you've just got to cook it for a rare steak. You just got to cook it on one side a bit more than the other side, and then it should be perfect. You know, you get a crust on one side, and then the bottom you just don't fucking cook hardly at all for a rare steak. But you know, if your steak's cold, it's just come out of the fridge, which usually that's what happens for steaks, you know, unless you're in a Michelin star fucking restaurant. Unless there's a rare steak, unless there's a well done steak. If there's a well done steak, then yeah, I can get your fucking steaks on straight away. We can leave them to rest, and we can leave them warm up. You know, it's complicated. It's complicated. You know, like rare steaks go on at the same time as fucking well done steaks. It's weird, but you know, like rare steaks in the restaurant industry, rare steaks go on at the same time as a well done steak. And your steak just sits under lights for the rest of the time. You didn't know that, did you? Tricks of the trade. You know? Tricks of the trade. You know, once your rare steak is fucking blue, you know. That's why I put a pan on it, because we want to get them fucking marks, them grill marks on your steak. But you know, we want it to be rare. Well, we want it to be blue, because I've got to cook this well done steak at the same time as the rare steak. But the rare steak goes on at the same time as the medium well steak or the well done steak, you know. But what happens is your blue steak, it's blue when it goes under lights. Your blue steak still cooks under lights. It's just left there until well done steak's done, and then the well done steak goes straight on a plate and dry as fuck because it's well done. Because you fucking, you know, you're a heathen and you wanted a fucking well done steak. It's all your fault. If you are on a table with somebody with a well done steak, it's your fault that your fucking rare steak is shite. You know. You shouldn't hang around with people like that that want a well done steak, you know. It's not good for fucking people that work in the kitchen, and it's not good for you. So make sure you disown your friend if he gets a well done steak, you know. I'm joking, you know. You do what you do, you know. We do what we do, you know. Who knew, you know? We're not supposed to do that. We're not supposed to put a fucking rare steak on at the same time as a medium. We're supposed to, like, fucking, you know. We're not supposed to put steaks on straight out of the fridge, you know. We're supposed to warm up first. That doesn't happen, you know. It does not happen. It's not in the fucking job that I used to do anyway. Like, we don't have time for that shit. We don't have time, you know. Your steaks, like, the best you're gonna get is we'll let your steak rest for a bit, because we're that busy that we can't even fucking get to your fucking meals first. We've got to do other people's meals first. So, you know, your steak might actually get the possibility of resting, you know. You know, most of the time, you know, we don't make a point of, like, letting your steaks rest, you know. It can rest on the way out, you know. When the waitresses take your steak out, you know, it can rest on the plate while they're taking it out. Because sometimes it takes fucking waitresses a long time, you know. Like, get the fucking food out, waitresses, waiters and waitresses. Like, most of the waitresses were female where I worked. You know, people don't fucking complain to females more, so it's better to have a female waitress, you know, because you're not going to complain to a fucking little girl, eh, you know. Oh, yeah, it'll be alright, you know, it'll be alright. People used to complain about the most stupidest shit as well, you know. Like, they'd send the whole plate back just for some new peas. Like, okay, not some new peas. Like, literally, I just get my hand, you know. They send the plate back, and you just get your hand and you just scoop the peas in the bin, and then you just put some new peas on. It's like, I mean, to be honest, the peas were a bit fucking browning under lights, but that's the waitress's fault for not fucking taking the food out fast enough. You know, like, it wasn't even our fault, you know. And they fucking took it out, you know. The waitress should say, yo, peas are fucking shit, because they've been under lights for fucking 10 hours, because they haven't fucking took the food out fast enough. You know, they could have said something, but, you know. The thing is, the chefs are very fickle, you know. Like, if you complain to a chef, you know, they'll be like, "There's fucking not wrong with it, bro." You know, you'll eat it, and you're like, "There's no fucking wrong with it." You know, what are you on about? Okay, I'll put a fucking new steak on. You know, oh, it's medium instead of fucking rare. Oh dear, whatever. Oh, I'll put a new fucking steak on just for that cunt. You know. Like you cut into the steak as well. It's like fucking medium, you know. It's like, well, you know, like after you've eaten half the steak, it's gonna be fucking residual heat from the fucking plate, and you know, like under lights, you know, it's gonna be medium by the time you've eaten half the steak, you know. Like, of course, that's gonna happen, you know. There's still a bit of pink in it, you know, after they've eaten half the steak, you know, but they just want a new steak. They just want to eat 1.5 steak instead of fucking one steak, you know. They're just skanky. Some people are just skanky bastards, you know. These are the tricks of the trade that you need to fucking learn, you know. If you want to get a free meal, you know, you don't send fucking a full steak back, you know. You don't cut into the steak and go, it's fucking medium. I asked for rare. No, you eat half the steak first, and then you send it back and go, it's fucking rare, and then you get another fucking steak, you know. You get a fucking 1.5 steaks instead of, and we have to fucking chuck half a steak in the bin, you know. You get 1.5 steaks. And all the time, this cow's been eating grass. But you will fucking chuck half a steak in the bin just because you're a greedy bastard and you want fucking 1.5 steak instead of fucking. And we've got to give you new chips and new peas, new onion rings, you know. Because they send the whole plate back, not, you know. And they'll eat the chips as well. They'll eat half the chips, they'll eat half the peas, they'll eat one onion ring, you know. We've got to chuck all that in bin. All that plate in the bin. Give you a new steak, new chips, new peas. Yeah. Like I used to give them less if they did that. I gave them less chips, I gave them less peas. Yeah. Onion rings I don't really give a shit about. You know, onion rings are cheap. You know, like fucking boiling a bag of onion rings, you know. But yeah. Some people, you know, some people. I think we don't know as well. We're fucking chefs. We have to deal with it every day. I think they're so smart, you know. Like we used to ban people for doing that, you know, because they do it regularly. They come to a fucking restaurant just to complain. We used to ban people. Because they always complained. Well, we didn't used to ban people. We didn't give them lifetime bans. We just stopped serving them. You know, they come to a bar and they go, I want another drink, and then we go, you're too drunk. You know, you're too. I'm not even drunk, bro. You've had like 2 glasses of wine, and you know you've been arguing. You know, I don't want to serve you alcohol. They would stop fucking serving them alcohol if they went to a bar. And then they go back to the table, and then another person comes back from the table. Another person that wasn't as drunk used to come to the fucking bar and go, we're not serving her any more alcohol. You know, you can have a drink, and you know anyone else on that table can have a drink, but you know that person that complained about the food, you know, well, we didn't used to tell them that, but you know, like. That person that were complaining, you know, I'm not giving her a drink, you know. You guys can have a drink, but you know, okay, we'll leave. To be honest, like all we wanted to do was fucking clear the table. We just wanted to fucking clear the table so new customers could come in and fucking order more food and more drink and stuff, you know. Like food is the biggest markup, you know. Like if we serve people food, that's the biggest markup. Alcohol is not so much, you know. You don't actually make that much profit from alcohol. But you know, if you order food, you know, it's like the biggest markup. So like getting rid of somebody that complains about the food just because they want a fucking free steak, you know. Like they do it on purpose as well, you know. They do it on purpose. They ask for a rare steak and they go, "Oh, there's blood in this. Like I can see blood. There's no fucking blood, by the way. But you know, like why did you ask for a rare steak then if you didn't want to see blood, you know?" You know. Or they'll ask for a medium steak and they go, I can see blood. It's just a little bit pink in the middle, you know. Like, there's no fucking blood. There's juices coming out of steak, you know, like fucking juices come out of steak, you know. It's not blood, it's just fucking juices. It's the most flavorful bit out of the steak as well, you know. Like, dip your chips in it, it'll fucking taste good. Like, it's been sat on the plate resting. There's juices underneath the steak, you know. It's not blood, it's fucking. That's fucking the juices, you know. If you don't want blood, don't fucking eat steak, you know. It's not even blood. It's fucking, what do they call it? Colostrum or something, you know. Like there is no blood in fucking meat, you know. Chop your arm off. And tell me if there's any fucking blood in your muscle, you know. There is no blood in your muscle. You get blood in your arteries and you get blood in your fucking you don't get blood in fucking meat, you know. Your blood pumps oxygen around your body to fuel it with oxygen, not fucking blood, you know. Like your muscles don't give a shit about blood, you know. People don't know what they're talking about, you know. Hence why they don't even know what the difference is between a rare steak and a medium steak, you know. There's not actually much difference between a rare steak and a medium steak, to be honest. Apart from the colour. I mean, the colour from the inside is all the way through, you know. Like a medium steak, you know, it's pink in the middle, you know. It's a bit fucking red in the middle, you know. A rare steak, it's fucking pink all the way through, apart from the crust. Like, that's the only difference, you know. Like, there is no difference, you know. There's going to be some pink in a medium steak. If you ask for a medium well steak, then yeah, there should be no fucking pink, you know. You know, but even a medium well steak, there might be a bit of pink in the middle, just a little bit, just like a little tiny little sliver in the middle, just because, like, you know, the residual heat from a medium well steak will cook it all the way through, you know, eventually. Like, we don't want to do it. We don't want to overdo it, you know. Be like, oh, this is well done, you know. I asked for medium well. Fuck off, you silly cunt. You know, in America, they only have rare, medium, and well done. In America, they only have fucking 3 options. In England, you're spoilt. You get medium, well, medium, rare, fucking loads of fucking options, you know. You know why they fucking don't have fucking loads of different options in America? Because you're all cunts and you don't even know what a fucking rare steak is, let alone a fucking medium steak, you know. You know, you're that stupid, you don't even know. I like mine well done. Well, I'm gonna serve you a rare steak just because you're a fucking cunt with your well done steak. Who do you think you are with your well done? Fucking make him. You want to fucking make us work for it, don't you? You know, like, try to make us work for it. You know, like disgusting. You know, absolutely disgraceful. Who do you think you are with your well done steak? I like a well done steak. Like, I'm not gonna lie, but you know them beef flaps that you get, and like thin pieces of beef. I like them well done. I mean, there is no other way to cook them, to be honest. But you know, I like them beef flaps. You know, what are they called? You know, like thin pieces of beef. You know, on a barbecue. Them proper grill, proper fucking burnt. You know, like, oh my god, they taste so good. Well done. You know, like, not gonna deny it. Like thin pieces of beef on a barbecue. Well done. Fucking, you know, like the crunchy on the outside and soft on the inside, but you know, like, oh god, they actually do taste, you know. It's actually better. Asmongold is the fucking prime example of that. He cooks thin pieces of beef like that. Well done, you know. He's right as well, you know. Like they actually do taste better. Well done. Like, you can't have them rare, you know. They're too thin anyway, you know. I'm talking a big chunk of steak, you know. You want it rare because it's otherwise it's just too dry, you know. Like, I mean, you know, medium rare, you know. I actually like it medium rare, but if I go to a restaurant, I always ask for it rare because they always overcook it. Because it's sat under lights for God knows how long, you know. Like, they always overcook it. Like, I don't mind it blue either. I don't mind it blue, you know. So I always ask for it rare in a restaurant. I like it medium rare, but to cover my back, you know, I'll order it rare just in case they overcook it. And then, you know, if it comes back blue, you know, I'm not really bothered because I'll eat it blue as well. But like, I don't want it overcooked. I don't want it medium, you know. I actually don't want it medium. I want it rare or fucking medium rare. Well, I want it medium rare, like, perfectly, you know. I mean, I'd rather have it rare, but because I know how the fucking restaurant industry works, you know. You ask for it rare and it comes out fucking cold. So, I mean, you ask for it blue, you know. And it comes out cold. So, I asked for rare because then I know it's at least going to be warm. But, you know, you've got room for error. So if it's medium, and like I ask for rare, then I might complain. I might actually complain. If it's anything over fucking medium rare, then I might complain. You know, but you know, if it's medium rare, you know, I'm not gonna complain. If I ask for it rare, you know, I always ask for the one under. Because you can always ask for it to be cooked a little bit more. Did you never want to back into hospitality industry? No, not really. I don't want to be a chef, you know. I won't mind doing like prep work. I won't mind being a sous chef, I suppose. I just don't like doing starters and desserts and the grill. and the fryers, and you know, I like there's certain parts of the job that I just don't like doing, you know. Kitchen assistant, you know, I love being a kitchen assistant, you know. Most of my chefing career, I've been a kitchen assistant. I've never been really I've never really been a cook, you know. I don't really like cooking in the restaurant industry. I don't like plating up, you know. I'm very messy when I'm plating up, you know. I'm bad at that. You know, I don't mind washing up. I don't mind doing desserts. I hate doing starters though. I do hate doing starters. Not going to deny it. Fucking hate doing starters. Like, starters is more fucking fiddler than fucking plating up, you know. Like, I'm literally just happy doing washing up, you know. I'm literally just happy doing fucking pot wash. Maybe some desserts, and, you know, like helping out a little bit, you know. Just mindless fucking easy job, you know. Like once you get on grill and you get on you know, fucking sauces and, you know, fucking plating up the pass, they used to call it. We'll call it the pass. The pass is just too fucking stressful, you know. Like when I have more than fucking 3 checks, you know, like I can't go up. I can't go up if I have 3 tables, you know. Like I literally can't. If I have any more than that, you know, I can't go up. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And they're like, just concentrate on one table at a time, JoeKingAudits. So I'm like, okay, one table at a time. Right, get that. Where's the food? Like, fucking one table at a time, you said. You know, like, what? Yeah, but, you know, like, fucking, have you not got the rest of the fucking tables on? You said one table at a time, you know, like, what do you want? Yeah, but don't you have time to fucking put some other shit on, you know, like, you know, some well done steaks or something, you know, like. One table at a time, you know. They always say one table at a time. What they mean is fucking three tables at a time, you know. That's what they mean, you know. At least 2 tables at a time, you know. Like the people I used to work for used to do everything like, you know, fucking 10 tables, you know. They'd have 10 checks on at once, you know. And these would be like tables of 4, tables of 3, tables of fucking 5, you know. Like they'd have fucking 10 checks at once. I can only fucking cope with 3 checks, and you know, then I get flustered, you know. I'm not gonna lie, you know. Like I wasn't very good at my job, you know. I got the food out, and it were always fucking good, but you know, like I got less complaints than them, to be honest. You know, like I got less complaints than fucking the people that were better at that job than me. But you know, I probably didn't pump out the food fast enough. In fact, I definitely didn't pump out the food fast enough. You know, I could pump out the food as fast as them. There's no way. But you know, they used to use tricks, and you know, like they'd be fucking, they'd be putting down like extra chickens and stuff. You know, like they'd pre-cook the chickens before even anybody ordered it. You know, I cook everything to order, so you know, the way it was supposed to be done. You know, like you're supposed to cook everything to order. You know, but they'd put burgers on before anyone even ordered a burger, because they just knew that somebody's going to order a burger, you know. So if they have fucking burgers ready, you know, I can get fucking that table out, you know, boom, done, you know, already cooked. But you know, you're not supposed to do that. So I did everything by the book, but you know, it used to take me longer. So, and you know, and I get flustered. So. Like, to be honest, you know, the management was actually quite forgiving when I were on, like, when I were the head chef, you know, because like at one point I was the head chef. You know, the management were actually quite forgiving because you know they knew it was the first time that I'd been in charge of that, you know, and we were short on staff as well, so we had to put somebody else in charge of starters and desserts, and you know, I were a beast on starters and desserts, you know, like fucking. They used to give away free desserts because I was that good, you know. Because people used to complain about the other chefs, you know. They didn't tell anybody. They didn't tell anybody, you know, that they're giving away free desserts. But I knew it, you know. I knew every time a fucking big dessert order come through, you know. I'm like, oh, you just give them free desserts because they've complained about the food, you know. I knew it every time, you know. I knew it every single time, you know. Even the fucking chefs that were cooking the food, they knew why I were getting so many desserts. But you know, I could pump out desserts fucking like nobody's business, you know, and do the pot wash all by myself, you know. Okay, they make mistakes on the fucking meals. The front of house gives them free desserts. I've got to do the desserts. And then they'll go, oh, I've run out of these plates. Okay, no problem. I'll get back on pot wash. There you go, here's some more plates. You know, no problem. I'll see you later, thank you. You know. Right, so one time, I'm like, I don't actually have any of them plates left. One time we had no plates left. We were that busy, you know, like all the plates were out at the restaurant. I'm like, I don't have any more of them plates. You know, I mean, you know, a lot of plates get broken in the restaurant industry, so like we run out gradually, and you know, we don't know to order anymore because we don't realise how little of them we have. But you know, eventually you run out of plates, and sometimes the plates aren't coming back. If you're that busy, you know, like people are still fucking eating out of the plates. So I'm like, I don't have any more of them plates. And it's like, okay, you know, like, we'll just use fucking a normal plate. Like we had these massive plates for like fucking what are they called? Can't remember. Mega tower burgers. And you know, like, no, mixed grills, that's what it was, mixed grills. We had these fucking big ass, long ass plates, you know, for mixed grills. And we run out of fucking mixed grill plates. I'm like, I don't have any more of them plates. Unless there's something dishwasher, you know. I can't remember what I put in the dishwasher, you know. Nope, there's not. There is actually 0 of them plates left, you know, because we're that busy. This is at weekend, you know. Sometimes we get fucking mega busy at weekend. I'm just like, just put it on a fucking round plate, you know? Just stack it up, you know? Like, who's fucking gonna care, you know? Just stack it up. It looks ridiculous, you know? If you got a round plate full of fucking food just stacked up, you know? It does look ridiculous, but, you know, like... I mean, there is no fucking plates, you know? Like, what are you gonna do? Like they actually sent the waitresses around the restaurant to go look for these plates. You know, like, just fucking put on a round plate. You know, do you think they're gonna complain? You know, are they gonna go? Oh, it's not on the correct plate. Just put it on a fucking round plate, bro. You know, like, everyone's drunk anyway, you know. They're all bloody alcoholics anyway, you know. They're not gonna give a shit. They just want food, you know. They just want feeding. Yeah. I mean, it's not even like we used to fucking follow the rules anyway, you know. We didn't even used to follow the rules. You know? Like, I used to put eat a mess on a plate sometimes. You know? That's supposed to be in a fucking glass jar, you know. We used to have this dessert called the cookie jar, and like, God almighty, fat bastards, you know. If you want to be a fat bastard, order a cookie jar, you know. It will fucking, like, it wasn't even worth it, you know. Like 10 quid for this fucking. It only had like 3 scoops of ice cream and, you know, strawberry, vanilla, and chocolate. You know, maybe 4 scoops of caramel. You know, we used to have caramel ice cream as well. You know, 1 scoop of each. A load of fucking cream, a load of cookies, Smarties, and fucking, I can't remember now. Loads of toffee sauce. Something else, I'm sure. But, you know, it wasn't worth 10 quid, you know. Ridiculous. What else did it have in it? It had something else. No, but it wasn't caramel sauce, it was chocolate sauce. Anyway, we're in this like fucking goblet. We're in this massive goblet, you know. We only had fucking so many of these goblets, you know, and, you know, like, fucking people complain that much, you know, like, fucking all the goblets have gone. I'm like, there's no goblets left, you know. Like, I'll just put it on a plate, you know. I'll just put it on a plate. And it's like, no, you can't put it on a plate, you know. We'll go get a goblet, you know. I don't have time for this shit, you know. I'm putting it on a plate. I'll give them half a cookie extra, you know. Like, you only got 1.5 cookies for a cookie jar, you know. 1.5 exactly, you know. Used to fucking snap a cookie in half. Only 1.5 cookies for a fucking cookie jar. Not 2, not 1, you know. 1.5 exactly. So I'll give him extra cookie, you know. I'll give him extra cookie because it's on a plate, you know. We'll never know difference, you know. I'll make it look pretty, you know. It'll be fine, you know. What's up with you? No, we can't fucking, too late, I've already done it, you know. I fucking did it, and I'm like, you know, serve it. No, we're not serving it. Literally put it all in bin. Waited for a fucking goblet to come back and then, you know, do it again, you know. Like. It looks stupid. It looks stupid. That's because it is fucking stupid, you know. A cookie jar is stupid, you know. You can dress it up in a goblet all you want, you know. Make it look nice in a fucking goblet all you want. But a fucking cookie jar is just a fat person's dream, you know. Like it's not. It is stupid, you know. There's no reason why you should eat that much fucking cream. It was just full of cream, yeah. That's what it was, cream. You know, ice cream and cream and cookies, chocolate sauce. What else did it have in it? I'm sure I had something else. Oh, fudge cake. It had fudge cake in it. It had fudge cake. It had half of a fudge cake, 1.5 cookies, 4 scoops of ice cream, a load of cream, chocolate sauce. Like, it was ridiculous. Fucking cost a tenner, you know. A fudge cake's only £4, you know, like, which is still quite expensive. Like a full fudge cake costs like £9. Each slice costs £4, you know. That's with ice cream. That's what we're charging people. A full fudge cake costs £9 from fucking suppliers, you know. Ridiculous. Well, it was £9 originally. It went up in price. Like, went up by a lot, to be honest. It went up from £9 to like fucking £13 within like a year, you know. And then it went up to like fucking £19 eventually. £19 for a full fudge cake. And you could still fucking make a profit at a fucking £4 a slice, you know. They were about fucking 3 3, 6, 9, 12. There were 12 slices in a fudge cake, I think. Yeah, I think there were 12 slices in a fudge cake. 4 times 12, what's 4 times 12? £48. £48 at £4 a slice. Yeah. I mean, you know, they're not going to make a profit, you know. Eventually, it was £6. They put the prices up from fucking £9 to £19. I think it went up more than that. I think it was like £24 at one point, or 22 quid maybe. But you know, like even at £22, even at fucking, you know, even at £20, you know, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. No, that's not right. 6, yeah, 4 quid a slice. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Yeah, 4. No, sorry, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. £12 for every 3 slices. 12 times 3. £48, you know. Still making a profit, Well, you're not making a profit either. You're doubling your money on one fudge cake, even at the old prices, even at £4 a dessert. Although we do put ice cream with the cream or whatever, and we also microwave the fudge cake. You can have it warm or cold. People used to love the way I did fudge cake, because my fudge cake is warm and cold at the same time. Like the fudge in the middle was melted, but it was still solid in the middle, so it won't fully melted. It's 24 seconds in the microwave for the perfect fudge cake. It's an art, like people used to love my fudge cakes. They used to they're obsessed with my fudge cakes. People used to flock to my restaurant just for fucking perfectly cooked fudge cake, I'm not even joking you. Like I've eaten it myself, and it is the best. It is the best, Cold and warm at the same time, It's the weirdest thing, It's the weirdest thing. We have a button on the microwave that goes 30 seconds, Well, you just press enter, You just press enter, and that's 30 seconds. 30 seconds is actually too much for a fudge cake. 24 seconds is the perfect amount, 24 seconds, not 25 seconds, 24 seconds. So every time I make a fudge cake, I have to fucking press number 24, enter, and 24 seconds. Every single fudge cake. I mean, maybe I could have programmed the microwave. I didn't really fucking think about that. I should have programmed the microwave. So one of the buttons was fucking 24 seconds instead of 30 seconds. Or 1 minute. But I didn't think about that. We were a kid at the time. What about the butter, Jonathan? Eaten that was well past its shelf life. Would that be appealing to a customer with a brain? Jonathan? What? Butter? You mean the lard? I bought a block of lard, and Jonathan ate it like butter. Like, that can't be good for you. That cannot be good for you. It wasn't butter. It was lard. I don't know where it went. It disappeared. I'm like, it's not butter, bro. It's like fucking lard. You don't spread that on your toast. I mean, dear, can you eat lard? Can you eat lard just like on toast? I don't know. I don't think that's good for you. That were lard, not butter. That were fucking lard. It just disappeared one day. I was like, where's all fucking lard gone? That wasn't Jonathan. That was my other roommates, I think. Maybe it happened with Jonathan as well. But that was Manny and fucking. Lubricant for frying pans, yeah. Like lard is like fucking. It's like sunflower oil, you know. But, you know, I prefer lard than sunflower oil or canola oil or, you know, vegetable oil. I don't like vegetable oil. Like there's loads of vegetable oil in fucking loads of shit. You know, like cakes and shit. They put loads of vegetable oil in cakes and fucking chocolate bars and instead of using butter, because butter's expensive, you know, they don't use butter, so they use fucking vegetable oil. Like, so, you know, I'll eat fucking cakes, you know, I'll eat cakes, you know, I'm not gonna deny it. I do eat cakes. And that's making me fat, you know. But if I eat lard as well, you know, like then it just fucking spaces it just fucking like, you know, like that. Then we're getting a selection of fats, you know. We're not just eating fucking sunflower oil for the rest of his life, you know. I don't want to fucking eat sunflower oil, so I'd rather eat fucking lard and butter, you know, like just to spice it up a little bit. It was funny when you said that. Yeah. That wasn't Jonathan, I don't think. That was my other roommates. I mean, maybe it was Jonathan. Maybe I fucking mix up my stories. To be honest, both of them did it. Like, well, I don't know if Jonathan did it, but you know, like fucking my other roommates did it. You know, like they used to eat my lard, and I'm like, where's it all going? You know, like where's all my lard going? You know, like you just put it on toast. Like it's not for toast, you know. Unless you're making fried bread. Fried bread tastes amazing with lard, by the way. You know, if you're making fried bread tastes amazing with lard. You know, I'm not going to deny it. But you know, the way they ate it, you know, we're just like. Spreading it on bread like butter, you know, it's not butter, bro, you know. I don't know if you could eat fucking lard raw, to be honest. I don't think you should eat lard raw. I think it must be bad for you. We need to Google that actually. Can you eat lard raw? I don't think you can eat lard raw. They must have got a bad stomach from that. Surely. While some cultures traditionally consume raw lard in specific preparations like cured pork fat, it's generally not recommended to eat raw lard due to potential foodborne illnesses. Raw animal products can contain harmful bacteria, yeah. I wouldn't recommend eating it. I've seen how lard is made, by the way, you know. I've actually seen how lard is made, you know. It goes on floor. Like they cut all the fat out of the cow when they're chopping away at the cow. I've been to an abattoir and they're chopping all these fucking fucking massive slices of fat, you know. You won't even believe how much fucking fat you get out of a fucking cow or a pig, you know. But while they're fucking chopping away at these fucking cows, you know, there's these massive slabs of lard and they're just going up the floor, and they drop down the gutter, and there's like a conveyor belt under the floor that takes these lard to another place, and then they process the lard, like they pick it up and they fucking slit it into chunks, and you know, it's actually quite interesting, to be honest. Like, I recommend anyone goes to an abattoir. It's quite enlightening, you know. Like the actual effort that people actually like these are human beings, you know. There's no robots that fucking cook your meal for you, you know. There's actually human beings just fucking one. It's just this fucking cow on a conveyor belt on, like, you know, you put some hooks in its legs and you just drag it up and it gets fucking hung up and they start slicing them, and this guy does these slices and then it goes to the next guy and then he fucking slices the same fucking thing on the next cow, and the other guy, he's doing some different slices, and then by the end of this conveyor belt, like, it's on like a fucking train track that's in the air and it's just dragged along. By the end of it, you know, they've taken all bones out, they've taken all fucking, like, fucking, the first guy, he's just there to just slit its throat and drain all the blood out. And while the blood's draining out, they go to work and start chopping, like, certain cuts in certain areas to open the cow up so the next guy can work on it. And then this guy does another load of cuts to make the next guy be able to work on it. And, you know, like, the first cut is the most important. Like, they always have somebody watching the first cut. Like fucking, you know, like bloody halal meat, you know. They always have somebody watching, making sure somebody does the fucking throat cut for properly first. Like, somebody has to watch that. There's got to be another person watching that just to make sure they do it correctly. Two people just fought first fucking cut just to slit its throat and to drain the blood properly. You know, well, and the bullet through the brain. You know, like, they've got to make sure that the fucking cow gets the bullet through the brain properly. It's interesting shit, you know. Ultra processed society. It's not processed. Cows aren't processed. Yeah. Well, I suppose they are processed, but, you know, it's completely natural. Hello, CBTRS audio. Good sir, how are you today? Sorry, I didn't mean to make that sound so ominous. Just wondering what kind of CBTRS audio do we get today? What kind of CBTRS audio do we get today? That's the question on everybody's lips. I thought that was a mouse. I haven't even turned my computer on yet. I don't see any point turning the computer on, to be honest. Well, actually, maybe there is one reason. Let's see if I get demonetized for watching that fucking Hindu Times, you know. What do you reckon? Do you get demonetized for watching Hindu Times? Hindu Telegraph. Is it Hindu Telegraph or Hindu Times? Yeah. I'm a bit pissed off with Telegraph and Argus, to be honest. I thought they were actually pretty reputable news source, but they post things on Facebook. Telegraph and Argus posts things on Facebook, and they make you click their link. You know that they give you this fucking clickbait on Facebook and fucking YouTube that makes you click on their newspaper all the time, and it's like, just tell me what happened, you know. Can't you just tell me what happened, you know? Like they'll give this fucking clickbait title like blah blah blah, you know. We know what happened with the fucking gang rape gang in Bradford. And then you click on fucking news story and they go, oh, not gonna tell you who it is, not gonna tell you what, you know, what they've done, you know, like fucking, oh. And the police have put out a statement saying we can't tell you any information about who it is, and it's like, why did you fucking make this clickbait title that fucking says we're gonna fucking tell you who it is, you know, when you're not, you know, like, fucking annoying, you know. I mean, I'm all about clickbait titles, but you know, my video fucking shows what it's all about most of the time. If the news is going to start fucking doing clickbait titles and not fucking tell us the information, then what's the fucking point of fucking watching the fucking newspaper, you know? Message retracted. That's your fucking first message. Or your second message. How did you fucking retract that message already? You spelled it wrong. That's why. Go on, spell it correctly this time. Not typhoid. Do you like Joe's LGBT message? I don't know what message he's talking about. Which one? Lesbian and gay, bisexual, transgender message. I encompassed all them fucking demographics. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender. On one message. Fuck me. Which message was that? I'm interested now, you know. Which message was that? CVTS idea. Which fucking message was that? No, let him fucking talk, you know. Let's fucking hear it, you know. I encompassed all the fucking gay lords, you know, every gay lord. Oh, the gay lord. Oh, right. That's just talking about gay though. You're talking about I called that fucking guy a gay lord. That's because they're hanging around together, you know. Two boyfriends hanging around together, you know. I just call them gay lords because he said they were gonna smash my face in and shit, you know. I couldn't think of any way to fucking degrade him, you know. Other than that, you know, I know it were a bit childish. I'll admit it, you know. I called somebody a gay lord, you know, because he's hanging around with another man, you know, and they were both sticking up for each other, you know, like they were boyfriend and girlfriend. So, you know, it's the only thing I could think of, you know. He's there going, I'm gonna smash your face in, bro. I'm gonna fucking stew you in, bro. You know, you rest on me for, you know, 20p bag, you know. I'm gonna smash you up, bro. I'm gonna fuck you up, bro. You know, and all shit. So I just call him a gay lord. you know, I thought it was funny. I thought it was funny. I couldn't think of any other. I couldn't think of any other, like, on the spot. I couldn't think of any other, like, words to piss him off other than Gaylord. So, and it worked, you know. It pissed him off. Pissed him right off, you know. So. You blocked John Smith on Facebook. True. I wish I could block you without fucking you knowing. Yeah. Like that guy had no Facebook account. John Smith had made a new Facebook account just to fucking say one comment to me, which is pretty sad, you know. I looked at his Facebook profile. He had nothing on there, you know, and his account was created today, you know, or yesterday, or whatever day it was. So, you know, I'm not gonna entertain them people, you know, that just make random Facebook accounts just to piss me off, you know, or whatever they want to do, you know. I'm not gonna entertain people like that. What do you expect, you know? Is John Smith your friend? CVTRS audio. We can ban you as well for being friends with him. You know? Easily done, you know. Or is John Smith you? CVTRS audio. I wonder. Never would have guessed it. It'd be you, what? John Smith is actually, that's your real name, CVTRS audio, John Smith. Imaginative, you know. Never would have guessed that out of you, you know. Even a fake name, you know, like, to fucking make an account on Facebook to chat shit about JoeKingAudits, you know. Never would have expected that from you, CVTRS audio. You know, no, oh dear, you know, fucking... Of course you're going to get banned, you know. Even scammers on Facebook make fucking better profiles than you, John Smith, you know. You know, they have at least fucking 10 pictures in the photos, you know. And they have a lot of fucking black people in the photos for some reason, you know. They have this sexy girl, like fucking most of the pictures, and then they have some black people, like the mum and stuff, in the background, and it's like, alright, now you know it's a scammer, you know. But your profile was just like fucking 2 pictures and, you know, fucking brand new account and, you know, fucking no face. No fucking, you know, no fucking face off the internet, you know, like, just like... Nobody looks like John Smith, you know, like, not to do with me, you know. Well, what are you complaining about then? What are you complaining about? Have you seen John Smith's profile? Fake profile, bro, you know. How do you know about John Smith then? How do you know about John Smith if it's not to do with you? You're full of shit, bro. You are John Smith. Stop lying to everybody. Like, everybody knows you're John Smith. Everybody knows you hate me. Like, CVTRS audio. Everybody knows that you hate me, you know. So I don't know what you like bullshitting about, you know. Obviously you know, with your fake profiles, you know, you're obsessed. How many profiles have you got? CVTRS audio, you've got CVTRS beats, you've got fucking 36 KFC, you know, like, we're not fucking stupid, you know. Right, the guy's pissed off because I've probably fucking reported his channel numerous occasions for harassment and fucking bullying and, you know, like, you know, whatever I can, you know, whatever I can, like, fucking, you know. This is why I keep people around, by the way, you know. I'll give you a little heads up, you know. This is what I do. I keep people around that make fucking derogatory. Oh, have you got no lads? You got lads? I just lost a lot of views. Anyway, I keep people around to find out what they're about, and then when they say shit in my comments, then I know who you are, you know. Then I know what you're about, why you say the things that you say, you know, do, you know. I know that you hate me, and you know, I collect evidence, screenshots and shit of fucking certain comments, and then if you fuck about, you know, you find out. I report you to YouTube, get your channel shut down, you know. Like, I don't want to have to do that, but, you know, like, sometimes I feel like you're dangerous, so I just get rid of you that way, you know, because you make account after account, you know. I can ban your accounts, like, you know, I can just ban you, I can ban your accounts, but you just make account after account, and, you know, I can't get rid of you, so it's best to keep you around and then know which ones I need to fucking watch out for. And then that's why I fucking unban everybody every so often, because I want to know which accounts are the fucking new accounts, you know. Like, if I unban you and you stop coming with your new accounts, then I know them accounts belong to you, you know. Like, it's just, you know, it's easy as that, you know. Like, I shouldn't really give it away, but, you know, like, maybe that'll get rid of you now, you know. Maybe that'll get rid of you for good, you know. Hopefully. Like, I don't want you here, that's why I ban you, you know. I actually don't want you here. If I'm gonna ban you, you know, I actually don't want you here, you know. That's why I ban you. But if you're gonna make new account after new account, you know, I might as well fucking, you know, just allow you to fucking mess up and then report you on the account that I know is you. If you're a new person and you fucking say all this shit, fair enough, you know, like, I'll give you a chance for a while. But if I think you're associated to a different account that I've already banned, then, you know, I need to fucking find that out, because then I can get all your fucking YouTube channel shut down, you know. Typhoid has blocked you, KFR. KFR? What's KFR? Typhoid can't block me, you know. Like, Typhoid don't live stream, you know. I don't know what you're on about. Like, Typhoid's in chat, you know. If it's blocked me, you know, I won't be watching, will he? Like, your words don't make sense. Are you a bot? Is it bot fucking CB Terrace audio today? Like, what are you talking about, bro? Nobody cares, I know. I'll give you one more message. Make it count, CV TRS audio. One more message and then you're banned again. Because you take too long to fucking respond and you know you're talking bullshit. So not to do with me, yeah. Well, you know, who's John Smith then? Who the fuck's John Smith? How do you know John Smith? Answer the questions. Otherwise, we'll just ban you, you know, because can't be asked dwelling on your bullshit. One more message. Make it count. Here is my message. Why are you getting upset over Facebook? I don't even know what happened. I can't remember either, to be honest. I can't remember why. I just blocked him, you know. I block loads of people. You know, I get loads of scammers on Facebook. I block them. I block loads of people, you know. I can't remember everybody, you know. I've got 2,165 subscribers, you know. I can't fucking, you know, I'm not gonna fucking worry about blocking a few people. You know. I'll try to think what I said. You know, it said something about hitting my girlfriend, you know, like, why did you went to prison for hitting your girlfriend? That's what it said. I remember now. It said, why did you go to prison for hitting your girlfriend? Like, I'm not gonna fucking answer that question. Typhoid, do the honours. Spamming. No hands, watch. No hands. Typhoid. You can do it. You're moderator, Typhoid. You're moderator. There you go. Right. It said, why did you go to prison for hitting your girlfriend? You know, like, that's what it said, and I just blocked him because I've fucking, you know, I've talked about this long. I didn't go to prison for hitting my girlfriend. I went to prison for breach of bail because I defended myself against my girlfriend's twin sister and her dad, who were fucking ganging up on me at the time. You know, it had nothing to. I've never hit my fucking girlfriend. Well, I have hit my girlfriend once, but I just backhanded her in the face. You know, but she did punch me in the face and then punch me in the stomach. So, yeah, I think I was fucking justified in that. I've never had to hit my girlfriend. You know, I can fucking pin her down on the couch and chuck her on the couch, and you know she fucking loves it. You know, she's weird like that, you know. She loves it. She loves the fucking. I don't know. Anyway, My girlfriend punched me in the face while I was sat down, sucker punched me from behind, punched me in the stomach. She locked me in the house one time. She took all the keys. She locked me in the house. I had to call police. 101 as well. I didn't even fucking call 999. I called 101 for the police to come save me out of the house because she locked me in the house. You know, that was fun. And, you know, my girlfriend used to call police on me and go, JoeKingAudits is coercive and, you know... And she locked me in the house, you know. You know, I was such a bad guy, you know. I was such a naughty boy, you know, like, you know. She used to lock me in the house. What else did she do? You know, 37 times she's called police on me between her and her mum, you know, like. And you know, most of the time it's her getting on the phone going, JoeKingAudits. I'm sat in the same room with her, and she's going, JoeKingAudits has done this, and he's shouting at me, and you know, we're having an argument, you know, and she's there fucking, it's like, just call police then, Becky, you know, like, just get him out of your house, get him out, you know, you know, fucking, I don't know, and then I leave, and then she rings me up and goes, come back, JoeKingAudits, come back. I want you to come back now, you know. Alright. I'll come back, you know, against my better judgment. I should never have gone back to her, but, you know, like. Pardon me. Sorry. That was disgusting. I apologise. I hit my girlfriend once. I backhanded her in the face, you know. I'm not going to lie, you know, I actually did hit her once. But that's when she punched me in the kidney from behind. Well, she punched me in the face when I was sat down. Thought she'd bust my lip. I stood up to go look in the mirror to see if she'd bust my lip. Cause it, you know, when someone punches you in the lip, you know, it fucking feels like you've got a busted lip, you know. Didn't expect she'd fucking go for it again, you know. She punched me in the kidney and it fucking shocked me. I just went, fuck off. And I busted her lip. I didn't even meet her in the face, to be honest. I was just like, fucking fuck off. And I busted her lip, and I got arrested for it, you know. I got arrested for it. But that's not why I went to prison, you know. That's not to do with it, you know. I went to prison because somebody pulled a knife on me. Her twin sister pulled a knife on me. My girlfriend took the knife away from her. And then her stepdad fucking... No, actually, that's not what happened. The whole family were ganging up on me. Twin sister and the stepdad. Who's dead now, by the way. Because of alcohol. So, yeah. Don't drink, people. The stepdad took his glasses off. I didn't notice this at the time, but he took his glasses off. Because they all wanted me out of the house. For some reason, you know. Because my girlfriend's in the rear going, you know, JoeKingAudits is a cunt, you know, blah, blah, blah. My girlfriend's just constantly fucking spouting shit in everybody's fucking face. My girlfriend fucking talks to me as well and fucking says the same shit, you know, you don't love me, you know, why are you here, you know, you don't love me and all this shit. I'm like, fucking... You say this all the time, Becky, you know, I don't know fucking how else to fucking show you. You know, like, yeah, but you never say you love me. And it's like, fucking, oh, you want me to, I love you. Yeah. It's not good enough, you know. Like, oh, shut up then. Can't be asked. Like, you know where my girlfriend shows me that she loves me, cheats on me. She goes out and fucking shags somebody else, you know. Fucking, I caught her in someone else's house. Next door neighbour to her mum's, you know, basically. I'm like, where's fucking Becky gone? Oh, I know, I'll go to her mum's house. On my way to her mum's house, I can hear Becky shouting at the top of the lungs in someone else's house. So I knock on the door and I go, yo, where's Becky? I can hear her, you know. And Becky comes out and goes, the guy's got an axe behind the door. I'm like, oh, all right, yeah, great. Right, I'm out, you know, see you later, I'm going home, you know, I'm going to bed. See you later. You fucking do what you do what you need to do, you know. She didn't come back all that night, you know. Fucking Asian guy, you know, like fucking. Actually, she did come back that night. She come back and she goes, "He raped me. He raped me. Calling rape." And I'm like, you know, you were fucking round there, you know, like you fucking deal with it. Call the police, you know. I'm not bothered, you know. I'm fucking done, you know. I'm fucking done. You know, she come back home and she goes, "He raped me, you know. He took me in house, you know. I were against my will, you know." Fucking shut the fuck up, you silly cunt. You've been there all night. I fucking turned up at the door. You didn't come home with me, did you? You had an axe behind the door, you know. You were crazy, you know. Like, oh yeah, whatever, bro. Whatever, bro. Heard it all before, you know. If I raped you, you know, call police, you know. I'll call police. Oh no, don't call police, you know, don't call police, you know. Yeah. Makes sense. What the fuck was that? Becky's outside. A bit first time. What? Wow. Bit of a tin of beans, it's okay. Everything's fine. It's fine, don't talk about it. No, it's alright. You know, I've talked about it fucking millions of times. I don't I've got no to hide, you know. I got fucking into Salvation Army as being a domestic abuse victim. So because my girlfriend used to hit me, and the police actually helped me do that, you know. To be honest, the police actually gave me a referral to Salvation Army, so I could get into Salvation Army, so I wouldn't be homeless once I left her house. Because the police were getting fucking 37 fucking calls I've had since I was with her. 37 calls, that's what the police told me, you know. 37 calls for domestic fucking violence, you know, or abuse, you know, I don't know. Domestic calls, whatever it was. That's what the police told me. It wasn't me calling police, you know. It wasn't me calling police. It were her. But you know, sometimes the police would make me leave for the night. You know, they'd say, you have to leave for 24 hours because we can't have this domestic fucking calls coming through all the time, you know, you gotta leave for night. So I have to fucking what? I have to fucking be homeless for a night. You can do what you want after the 24 hours, you know, but you've got to leave for 24 hours. You can go back in the morning, you know, whatever, you know, I don't give a shit, you know, like, you know. I didn't even leave for 24 hours. You know, she'd ring me up in fucking like 10 minutes and go, oh, come back, you know, we'll go to bed, you know. I can't be arsed, you know, I'm going to my mate's house, you know. She's mental, you know, she's mental. I mean, she's the one that's been in prison, you know, not me. Actually been prosecuted for something. I don't know what. I went to prison for breach of bail because I wasn't allowed to go back to a house. Even though my girlfriend goes, come back, I love you. Blah, 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 you know. Against my better judgment, I did go back, you know. A nice fucking warm bed and a sleep in a tent, you know. I went back there, you know, I'm not gonna lie, you know. I breached the bail conditions, you know. I breached the bail conditions. I had bail conditions because I was arrested for punching a stepdad and a twin sister that pulled a knife to me in the face in self-defense, and you know, the stepdad punched me in the face. To be honest, looking back at it now, I think he was just trying to cause trouble. He wanted me to fight him, you know. He wanted me to fight him. He took his glasses off for the sole purpose of fighting him because he can't see shit without his glasses. Like, I didn't notice this at the time, but you know, when I were in court, I remembered that he didn't have his glasses on. So he must have wanted to fight me. He must have fucking took one for team and just started with me. He threw a punch at me, I blocked it, and I fucking punched him in the eye. And, you know, I don't remember hitting no glass, you know. This guy cannot see without his glasses. So he took his glasses off on purpose just because he knew we were going to get fucking punched in the face. Right, because he was going to start with me, you know. Premeditated attack. I didn't notice that at the time, but, you know, like, afterwards I was like, fucking, that guy needs to wear glasses, you know. He can't fucking see without his glasses. Like, the fucking, the like, fucking glass jars are not fucking glasses, you know. They're fucking, like, that thick, you know. That thick with glasses, you know, like, proper thick glasses. That guy can't see for shit. Out for a bed to lie in. Yeah. Yeah. They found me at loft. I hid in loft. My girlfriend's like, police are here, you know. Fuck's sake. So I jumped in loft. And they found me at loft. That was the last time, you know. First time I was just like, fuck it, you know. I went to prison for a week, and then I got to go to court again, and they released me on bail again. And then I went back to my girlfriend's house again. You know, my girlfriend were a witness, so I wasn't allowed to go to my girlfriend's house because she were a witness. By the end of it, my girlfriend didn't even turn up to court, you know, to be a witness. Yeah, which, you know, had nothing to do with me because I were in prison at the time. So, you know, And she still didn't turn up to court. So, you know. No matter what I would have done, you know, like if she'd have turned up to court, would he have gone to prison? No, because none of them stories would have matched up. Like they were all full of bullshit, you know. I talked to my girlfriend when she was a witness, which, you know, I wasn't allowed to do, you know. I wasn't allowed to fucking talk about the court case with my girlfriend because that would be construed as intimidating a witness. I get it, you know, but all I implored my girlfriend to do was just tell the truth, you know. You fucking saw what happened. If you tell the truth, you know, and she's like, oh, but I just want to stick up for my family, you know. Yeah, but I'm going to go to prison because you want to fucking tell lies in court because you want to stick up for your family. That's all I fucking told her, you know. I wasn't trying to fucking change the story. I just wanted to tell the truth, you know. I fucking told the truth. I said, this guy fucking tried to punch me. I fucking knocked him out. He fell at the floor, banged his head. He got blood on his head, you know. Charlotte fucking kicked off, you know. Charlotte's my girlfriend's twin sister. Charlotte kicked off, pulled a knife against my fucking stomach. My girlfriend at the time took the knife over her, and then she fucking came at me, threw a punch at me, and I blocked it, and I fucking knocked her on the floor as well. Well, I didn't knock her on the floor. I punched her, and she span round, and then she fucking chased after me, and I couldn't fucking, you know. We were running around the living room, and then police turned up, you know, because fucking next door neighbour had called police because they had some like shouting and shit, and the police actually turned up quite quickly. The police were called like before any of this happened, you know, but like while all this happened, the police must have been fucking on the way, you know, because the next door neighbour called police. Because of a load of shouting. I've been punched in the face in my fucking 39 years, nearly 40. I've been punched in the face a lot, you know. Like, I know when I'm about to be punched in the face, and I blocked both of their punches, you know. I blocked both of their punches. Like, you know, you can see when someone's picking up their hand, you know, like they pick up their hand, especially when they're not fucking good at punching, you know. They slowly pick up their hand, and you're like fucking, you know, you're ready straight away. You're in this position like almost instantaneously once you've been punched in the face a few times. So, you know. I don't like being punched in the face. You know, that's it. You know, I just reacted. You know, I just reacted to what happened. So can't. You know, I probably didn't need to punch Charlotte in the face, to be honest. But you know, a grown man. I don't know how hard he is. So you know. I put him down. Plus, Charlotte's fucking, you know, she thinks she's a man, you know. She thinks she's hard, you know, like. I know what she's like. I found out later that fucking Charlotte loves me, you know. She fell in love with me. Even though I punched her in the face, you know. Fucking weird as shit, you know. It's probably some fetish, you know, like because she don't have a man in her life, you know. I don't know. But she came on to me while I was in my girlfriend's house, you know. My girlfriend invites her sister round. I'm like, oh, fucking don't invite Charlotte round, man. You know she's crazy when she gets drunk. And my girlfriend, she's my sister. I should be allowed to invite my sister round. Okay, fine. And one time I had to literally just chuck her out of the house. My girlfriend, my girlfriend said, just fucking get rid of her. I'm like, okay, time to go now, Charlotte. Oh, you're not gonna go? Okay, I'll drag you out of the house then. And I chucked her downstairs. There's like fucking 3 stairs outside the door. And she's there grabbing on that door and shit. I'm like, no, out you go on. And, she rolled down the stairs, She was fine, but, I locked the door and then she still she jumped back up and started banging on the door, It's not funny, it's not big and it's not clever, but, you can use reasonable force to get rid of people, for trespassing, You can use reasonable force. Was it reasonable? I tried to be as gentle as I could. I didn't want to hurt her, I just wanted to get her out. She won't fucking stop, It was fucking stupid o'clock at night. There's next door neighbours, everybody's shouting in the house, I just wanted to fucking get rid of her, And we had a kid in the house, my girlfriend's son at the time. So Harrison, my girlfriend's kid, he was like, oh, I want to say bye to Charlotte. I want Charlotte. And it's like, and Becky's like, no. Becky's got, it's fucking complicated. Becky's got post-traumatic stress disorder from giving birth to a child. What postnatal depression? Postnatal depression. She still has it, to be honest. Well, I don't think she has postnatal depression. I just think she doesn't know how to be a mother, to be honest, looking back on it now. But when Harrison's like, oh, I wanna see Charlotte, and Becky's like, no, just get her out of the house, I'm like, Charlotte, just leave, You're not fucking Harrison's mother, just fucking leave. We'll fucking sort Harrison out, Harrison can fucking deal without you for one day, You're not even fucking his mother, like, fuck off. So, Charlotte's like, but he wants to talk to me, Yeah, but I don't care what fucking Harrison wants, Becky's his mum, and Becky says leave, Like, of course Becky's going to be pissed off when fucking Harrison's calling for somebody else other than a mother, Of course she's going to be pissed off. Especially if she does have postnatal depression, It's going to fucking make her worse. Like, I'm not going to let that happen on my watch, Like, Harrison can fucking want whatever he wants. But, his parents, I want his parent, obviously, but, like, I'm going to do whatever Becky wants in that circumstance because, to be honest, I'm going to do whatever's best for fucking child. And, 2 twin sisters arguing at each other and shouting and bawling and carrying on while Harrison needs to go to bed, like, it's fucking stupid o'clock at night at this point, Fucking Harrison's like a 5-year-old kid. gonna do whatever it fucking takes within my power to fucking get Harrison. I didn't get arrested that day, which was impressive. Charlotte didn't even call police. Even though I manhandled her all the way out of the door. From upstairs as well, you know. Well, I don't know how I fucking got her downstairs. I didn't drag her downstairs, you know. I somehow just fucking managed to get her downstairs. I can't remember how. I mean, I probably just fucking walked downstairs while she ran the stairs. And maybe I did manhandle her downstairs. I can't remember. I did it as safely as possible. Like, I really didn't want to be fighting upstairs though. You know, I was like, fucking, this isn't worth it, man. I might die, you know, if I fall down these steps. Fuck that shit. You know, this is why you need men, you know, because men can just stand up and fucking manhandle you downstairs if necessary. And, you know, if we can't fucking handle you down the stairs, we can just fucking knock you out, you know. We can just choke you out, you know, like put you on the floor and just pin you down until you fucking calm down, you know. Or choke you out, make you pass out, and then fucking drag you downstairs and chuck you out, you know. Or police officers, you know, put you in handcuffs, you know, subdue you, and then put you in handcuffs and arrest you. You know, this is why you need men, you know. You need fucking strong men that can fucking deal with situations like that, you know. There's nobody else that's going to deal with it, you know. Who else is going to deal with it, you know? You think fucking, you know, you think words are going to fucking help you, you know? No. Some people are just mental, you know. They won't quit, you know. Sometimes you have to put fucking dogs down, you know. You think a police officer is going to fucking go, hello, old doggy, you know, to a pit bull, you know? No, just shoot it in the face, you know. Dead, you know. No point fucking arguing with people like that, you know. With fucking no brain power, you know. I'm not saying I would kill fucking Charlotte, but, you know, she's obviously not thinking clearly, you know, because I asked her to leave, you know. Becky asked her to leave. We both asked her to leave multiple times. She won't fucking leave, you know. Harrison's calling my name, you know. Yeah, I don't give a shit, you know. It's not your fucking son. See you later. Like, the reason Harrison will call him for Charlotte is because Becky baffed her. Becky baffed him. Becky baffed Harrison. Ready for school, you know. Got him in bed. And then Charlotte's like, goes upstairs and fucking starts talking to him, you know. God knows what he was saying to Charlotte, you know. But Becky comes upstairs and goes, right, leave him alone now, you know. He's going to bed. And then Becky's like, trying to put him to bed, you know. He's like, oh, but I want to talk to Charlotte some more, you know. Like, no, you know, like, no, go to bed, you know. You've seen Charlotte, you know. It's enough now, it's bedtime. 5-year-old kid does not know what he's fucking talking about, you know? Like all he's trying to do is stay awake longer, you know? That's all he's trying to do, you know? We've all been there, we've all been kids, you know? Like, oh, we want to stay up late like everybody else. No, you can't do that, you know? Simple as. To be honest, you know, if Charlotte stayed there, that kid would have never been able to get to sleep because Charlotte and Becky would have been fucking shouting at each other constantly. Either Becky's going to be shouting at me or shouting at fucking Charlotte. You know? I feel sorry for the kid. To be honest. He were a little bastard. But he were a good kid, you know. It was just a fucking. They were a little bastard, but you know, they were a good kid. It were definitely hyperactive. They were obsessed with drama, you know. He wanted to be involved in all the drama, you know. And there were a lot of drama, you know. That kid had to put a lot up with a lot of drama. Most of the time, Becky did shield him from the fucking bad shit. I must admit, she were a good mum. She did shield him from the bad shit, but she were too loud. Becky were too loud for even a fucking son to go to bed. You know, even Becky were too loud. She was constantly shouting. While I was there, I was just like, Harrison's in bed, you know, he's got to go to school tomorrow. I don't give a shit, you know, fucking, I don't know what she was arguing about me, you know, like, oh, you don't love me, you know. She just always used to shout. And then she'd wake up late. Like, Harrison had to go to fucking nursery. I used to have to take him sometimes. And they're like, who are you? And I'm like, Becky's boyfriend. And I'm like, oh, what's your name? Joseph Bainbridge, you know, like, I'm dropping off, you know, like. Oh, we don't have you on record and all this shit. I'm like, oh yeah. I know, you know. You know, Becky just woke up late, you know. So I fucking got him. Mainly because I didn't want him in the house, you know. Like, I didn't want him fucking annoying me all day, you know. That's the only reason I took him to school. Because he just fucking. If you don't go to fucking nursery, then he's going to be annoying me all day, and I can't be asked with that. Like, I don't mind playing with him for a bit, but like, it's fucking is annoying, you know. It's like so energetic. Like, I won't be good with kids. Well, I probably will be good with kids, you know, because I took him for a bike ride once, and I said, stay on the path, just stay here, you know. And his tires were flat, and I didn't have a pump. And I'm like, he's not going to get far, even if he fucking. So I let him fucking wander a bit on his bike. And straight away, he goes right in the middle of the road, and then a motorcyclist comes around the corner. And I'm like, you know. Like the first time he goes in road, you know, and fucking like straight across the corner as well, like. So I literally picked him up off his bike And then I carried him all the way to his mum. And he's there going, wah, wah, my big baby. I carried on to, I said, Becky, you're going inside Harrison now. And Becky's like, what have you done to him? I'm like, no. I'm going to fucking go pick up his bike now. You know, I ain't done fucking note to him. Ask Harrison, you know, ask Harrison what I've done. You know, Harrison said a lot of shit, you know, JoeKingAudits, he fucking, he hurt me, you know, he dragged me off it, you know, big baby, you know. He tried to fucking hit me as well. He would try to fucking hit me. Like, fuck off, Harrison, you know. You're going back to your mother, you know. And I said to him, you know, if you're gonna act like that to me, you know, then I'm never gonna fucking take you for a bike ride. When you get older, you know, like you can go on fucking longer bike rides, but you know, if you're gonna act like that, you know, you're not getting no bike rides. And then eventually his dad fucking took him away. Like, actually abducted him, because you know Becky was like the sole parent, but you know one day the dad just came, you know. I mean, maybe Harrison fucking talked to his dad and goes, JoeKingAudits fucking dragged me off that bike, you know. Maybe it was my fault that fucking got taken away, but you know. I told him not to enter road, you know. Like, what do you want? You know, if he understood it, you know, he understood. You know, he's a 5-year-old kid, you know, he can understand fucking English, you know. But he just did it because, you know, he's a kid and he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to be a rebel. I'm going to go in the middle of the road. The one time he goes in road, you know, the one time he goes in road, fucking, he decides to, like, cross on a corner. We're in a residential estate. Like, people aren't going to go fast or anything. It probably wasn't going to get run over. But, you know, it wasn't the point, you know. The point is to teach him a lesson, if he does, you know. To let him fucking do what he wants, and then we teach him a lesson about how to fucking cross a road, you know. When we got back home, I'm like, you know, I get a load of shit from Becky, you know, what did you do to him, you know, why did you hurt him, you know, he said you hurt him, you know. I said, well, you know, I fucking dragged him off a bike, yeah, you know, it's gonna hurt, you know, if you're picking someone up, you know, it's not nice being manhandled by a fucking man, you know, like, you know, but better than fucking letting him bloody play in traffic, you know. Like, I had to explain myself, you know, it's my fault for trying to keep him safe, you know. Becky won't even go outside most of the time, you know. Like, I'm like, why does this fucking kid have a bike when he can't even fucking ride it, you know? I know, I'll fucking take him outside, let him get some fresh air for a change, you know. Like, they never fucking let him outside, you know. Literally, we're only outside for about half an hour. Probably less than that. And I'm like fucking chasing him around on bike, you know, like fucking just stay on the pavement. Don't fucking go in the road, you know, just stay on the pavement. Right. The one time he decides to go on the road, he decides to fucking do it on a corner as well, which is the worst thing, you know. Right? And a fucking motorbike came. The motorbike fucking spotted him straight away, fucking stopped. You know, and then I'm fucking running out in the middle of the road going, right, fuck this shit, you know. Literally just grabbed him off a bike. To be honest, I think that were a good lesson for him. You know, I think that were a good lesson. So I hope he learned from that, you know. If he remembers it. If he remembers it, you know, Harrison will be fucking, he'll be like, JoeKingAudits, I remember you. You're the one that dragged me off a bike that day. You know, I appreciate that lesson, you know. Maybe. If ever I could teach anybody anything, it's fucking, I used to play football with him. I used to play cars with him. Wasn't even my kid, you know. But he were a annoying little bastard. He were a fucking annoying little bastard, I'm not gonna lie. Super hyperactive. He used to get in my face all the time, like, fucking, like, why? Why do you have to get right in my face? Sit down, you know. Just climb on me, you know, like, fucking, you're standing on my penis. Fucking get up. Ow, you know. I should have climbed on him, shouldn't I? I should have been like fucking, oh, how do you like it? You know, I'll climb over you, you know. See how you like it. I'll stand on your bollocks, you know. Fucking little bastard. It didn't hurt. It used to fucking kick and stuff, you know. And it just like stand on it, you know. It's like, oh. He's going to be tall when he grows up, you know, for sure. His parents aren't even that tall. Sam and fucking Becky, they're not even that tall. Well, he's going to be fucking tall. He's going to be taller than them. Probably. He wasn't a bad kid, he was just a fucking kid, you know. But you know, he had no discipline. He had no idea about discipline at all. like I say, you know, when I fucking right, that's it, you're going inside, you know. It's like I'm gonna fucking lash out, you know. I'm gonna kick you. I'm gonna kick you while you're fucking carrying me, you know. You can kick me all you want, yeah, it's not gonna fucking hurt. Not gonna fucking hurt, bro, you know. I got fucking kicked. I got punched in the face by a fucking kid, you know. It don't hurt, you know, it's fine. But I didn't complain, it was just fucking like, no, you're going inside, you know. I'm done, you know. I took you for a bike ride. I said, don't go on the road. What do? You go on the road. So, you know, game over. I'm done. You know, that's it. You know. I'm done. And then I get fucking load of shit. I get a load of shit because, you know, I discipline the child by manhandling him back to his mother and fucking chucking him inside, you know. That's all we did. We didn't do anything fucking dodgy, you know. That's all you need to do, you know, just fucking change the environment and good enough discipline, you know. You don't have to fucking hit nobody. You don't have to fucking ground your kid, you know. Just change the environment. Like, actually, Becky did used to discipline him. They used to send him to his room, which, you know, that gets old pretty fast, you know. Sending a kid to the room, you know, like, especially when you have a lot of toys in your room, you know, like, it's not even a discipline, you know, because fucking, like, all it does downstairs is play with toys, you know. So sending him to a room is not really disciplining him, you know. If you take him for a bike ride and then he does something wrong, and you go, right, now you're going inside, you know. That's a good way of discipline, I think. You're a sexy beast. You are. You are. You are. Top of the morning to you. Why don't I have a girlfriend yet then? If I'm so sexy, why don't I have a girlfriend? I think YouTube makes me look better than I am, to be honest. Like, I look weird, like, in real life. I don't know why, but, you know, like, fucking YouTube makes me look better. I'm not as good looking as you think, you know. Like, trust me. Ask anybody that's seen me in real life, you know. Like, I'm not actually that good looking. But thank you. I appreciate it. Yep. No, man. DJ Media's got a new video. The police are saying they're going to seize the drone. You know, I like it when the police overstep the mark. I'm not going to lie. Why does DJ Media always get the fucking female cops as well? Lucky bastard. Yeah. Lucky bastard. To be honest, they're not that attractive. And she's got a wedding ring on the right finger, but none on the left finger. Right, which I hate people that do that. It's like they want to be married, you know, because they've got a ring on the right finger, but they're not married because they don't have it on the left finger. So either they are problematic or the men that they've been with are problematic. And, you know, if you're a police officer, I'd say that she's probably problematic. It's the only ring on her fingers as well, you know, the fucking right hand wedding ring, you know. Only ring on any of her fingers. Like she don't even know what that means, you know. What it is fucking she's outgrown the ring and she can't be asked fucking. She probably used to have that ring on a different finger, but she's put it on that finger because she's not married. So she put it on the right finger to say, I'm still available. But she's outgrown it on her other finger. She probably put the ring on her middle finger at first, but she's got fatter or bigger, you know. So she's took it off the middle finger and put it on the fucking wedding ring finger on the opposite hand. Because she still wants to fucking shag people, you know. She don't want to put it on the fucking left hand because that would mean she's married. So, you know, she's a dirty bitch. She still wants to fucking get married, you know. She still wants a boyfriend, but you know she ain't got a boyfriend right now. So. By the way, that ring's probably from an ex-boyfriend as well, you know. That ring's either from an ex-boyfriend or a grandma that's died, maybe. So, you know, it's interesting what you can fucking understand from body language, you know. People say, you know, don't be judgmental, you know. You be judged the way you judge others, blah, blah, blah. You know, you can judge me all you want, you know. I drink beer in the daytime, you know, like, judge me on that, you know, like, fucking, yeah, judge me. I want to be judged. Good luck with that, you know, but, you know. Psychology 101, you know, like, fucking. Why do you put a wedding ring on your fucking right hand, you know? It's amazing what you can tell about people. It's like fucking people that wear the fucking thin blue line badge, you know, you can tell straight away what they're all about, you know. Corrupt, that's what they're all about, you know. Corrupt. This person's a stickler for rules as well, because she's got a fucking badge on display. She shouldn't actually wear that. She's got a fucking what do you call that? A tie. She's got this fucking, you know, like string with a badge. You know, she shouldn't wear that because, like, you know, people will grab that, you know, in a fight. You know, you could get strangled. You know, you could get tied up. You shouldn't wear that, to be honest. When you're on duty. In fact, I'm pretty sure they should tell you that you shouldn't actually wear dangling things. You know, you're not allowed to wear earrings for that same fucking thing. You know, you're not allowed to wear earrings as a police officer. Did you know that? Because like people will rip them out. You know, and you're like, my ear. You know, and you won't be able to chase criminals. You know, because you're a little bitch. You know, you can't take fucking. You haven't been ripped out your fucking ear. You know. And nose rings, you know, like fucking, if they get ripped out of your nose, you're gonna fucking know about it. You know, there's gonna be blood all over you, you're gonna panic. Especially if you're a little bitch, you know. You know, I know more about the fucking policies than the fucking police know about the policies, you know. Literally. She didn't have her wedding ring either. They're both quite young, you know. You know, there's still time. They can still be impregnated, you know. They're fine. Do you think DJ Media will fucking demonetize me? If we do a review video of his video, we could start a new live stream. I think this live stream has been demonetized. I'm going to check that actually. Let's fucking check. I don't want to do review videos on DJ Media's video, but you know this one's too good to, you know. He fucking clickbaited it, you know. He fucking clickbaited it. He said the police are gonna fucking take his drone. Like, you know, it's like fucking police going, I'm gonna take your camera off you because there might be evidence on it and it fucking suggests that you're a criminal, you know. Like, we had a complaint about you swearing at people. You know, I'm like, I didn't swear at nobody. Yeah, well, they said you've been recording, so we're gonna have to fucking take your phone off you to see if there's evidence on your phone that fucking says that you've been swearing against people. You know, that's happened to me before. You know. In fact, it's worse than that because like you're just taking the drone without evidence on it. You know, you're just seizing the drone for no reason. You know, like, what are you on about? You don't know what you're talking about. You know, I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to drones. To be honest, you know, there's actually a lot more legislation than I even knew. To be honest. But, you know, I don't have to get involved with that because what am I doing again? Right. Nope, it still says we're monetized. That's good. Maybe we'll start a new live stream just so we can, if we do get demonetized, then just a copyright strike. You know, it'll be fine. We've got 3 copyright strikes before we have to fucking stop doing copyright. You know? Well, I don't know. Might get my whole YouTube. It's going to be a review video anyway. We'll do a review video on it. We'll do a review video on DJ Media. You know, it'll be fine. You know, it'll be fine. Surely. Nobody's going to complain about that.
Apparently Vegas stepped up and defended.
This is why I don't go on panels. What the fuck is Nessie? He's a nonce and love. Nessie. He's vile. So everybody was on social media chasing after kids. On child abuse cover up. Girl trapped in cages. UNICEF Oxfam save the children in. Interesting. He's right, you know. Fucking UNICEF Oxfam. A lot of the charities are fucking have paedophiles in the it copied and pasted it as well. It copied and pasted it. I said it again. That's funny. It's not funny. It's like it's true. Like what it's saying is actually true. You know, like a lot of these fucking big companies have, a lot of these big charities, you know, have fucking paedophiles in the directors are fucking, you know, like people that high up, you know, like weirdos. I mean, fucking Angelina Jolie, you know, she's a fucking weirdo. Like, to be honest though, she follows through with it, you know. She takes these children on board, and you know she brings them up for the rest of her life. You know she ain't. You know most of them are fucking. It's weird. I heard this thing about foster parents, and you know like they'll God, it's sick, man. It's fucking sick. They get them at a young age, and then like you know, fucking, you know, they'll get them at a young whatever fucking age that they are attracted to, and then they'll just get rid of them, you know. There's a lot of stories. One story, one kid fucking killed her own mum because she wanted to have sex with the foster dad. They're both in prison now, you know. Like, to be fair, I think she was 16 when she was fostered. And she started having sex with her dad then. Like maybe 17. And then 18, they're like, you can leave now. And then I was like, oh, I don't want you to leave. And then she fucking killed her mum, so she could have a relationship with her dad, foster dad. What do you do about that? You know, what do you do about that? I mean, you can keep calling everyone nonces, you know, that might help, actually. If you call everyone a nonce, then fucking, you know, I'm gonna smash your face if you Smith, you know, I'm gonna smash your face, and if you're a nonce. If everybody just said, you know, you're gonna fucking, we're gonna fuck you up if you fucking even dare to be a nonce, you know. But that's not gonna stop girls from having sex with older guys, you know. That's not gonna stop girls. It's gonna stop the men from having sex with older guys, for sure, and the women from having sex with younger guys. But it's not going to stop the women from having sex with older men, and it's not going to stop the boys from having sex with older men, you know. I know, it's weird. It's weird. Men fucking homosexual boys, you know. It's weird, but you know, like people are becoming more gay younger as well, which is a problem. You know, that's why fucking people want to have sex change, because they're confused, you know. I don't know what to do about that, you know. Fucking, how does that even come about, you know? To be honest, you know, I had sex at a very young age, so did a lot of people that I used to hang about with, you know. But we're all underage, you know, so. You know, and you know, some people had sex with older men, you know. I know these fucking people. I know who they had sex with, you know. We're all mates, you know. We all know, you know. We all fucking know, you know. Are these guys paedophiles? You know, I don't think so. You know. Technically they are, but you know, like the biggest age difference was 20. And the mother knew about it, you know. The mother knew about it. Like, everybody knew about it. All her friends knew about it. Everybody knew about it, you know. I won't say how old she was, but you know, she was under 16. Let's just say that. You know, like, I don't think she's gonna fucking call police. You know, I don't think she's gonna call police. Like she wasn't raped. You know. Unfortunately, girls are growing up too fast. You know, like society. I don't know why. You know, like you put someone in a school where there's fucking 100 other children. Like you're gonna get all the fucking information from the other kids. So if one family treats you leniently, like fucking, then they're all gonna get that information, and they're gonna grow up too fast, unfortunately. I don't think if I had kids nowadays, I don't think I'd want to put them in school. And I don't think I'd be able to, like, I don't have the fucking intelligence to homeschool them by myself. I'd have to pay for private tutoring. Like, I won't want my kids to fucking grow up too fast, Like, I don't really know what to do about that. Like, there's no way I'm going to stop I'm going to be able, I'm not going to be able to stop my kid when they become a teenager, male or female, especially male, like, there's no way I'm going to be able to stop him from having fucking sex at a young age. There's no chance, Like, I know what it's like, being a kid. Like, how do you stop them? I mean, I don't really want to stop them from, like, having sex and shit and fucking getting a girlfriend or getting a boyfriend. Just, like, I don't want them to have a baby at a stupidly young age, because maybe the relationship will last, Like, I'm only fucking protracting my fucking experiences. Maybe the relationship will last You know, they go out with somebody from a 12-year-old and, you know, they have sex at 13, you know, have a baby. Maybe their relationship will last forever, you know, maybe, you know, like. No, I don't want my daughter having this. I don't want my daughter having a fucking baby at 13 years old. There's no chance. Or younger, you know. Imagine that. Fucking having a daughter that has fucking a baby at younger than 13, you know. I'll be fucked up, man. You know what? No matter what happens, you know, I'll stick by him, you know. My mum and dad fucking fucked off. Like I got fucking, you know. I got chucked out at 16, you know. 16. My mum just said, you know, I were on my own at 16. Yeah, mum, because you were a foster kid, you know. You know, you were in a fucking you were in a foster home, and the foster home kicked you out. You know, you weren't in a foster home. What are they called then? Fucking. Mum were a foster kid, you know. Like she were in a bloody, you know. A communal home, you know. She were in a communal home. Like she didn't get no foster parents. She got kicked out from being in a communal home at 16 because that was the law back then, you know. As soon as you're 16, you know, you can go fucking do what you want, you know. You can go get a job, you know. Mum fucking worked, you know. I'm not saying that's fucking nice thing that happened to my mum, you know, but my mum protracted that onto me, you know, like, oh, you know, fucking 16, fucking fuck off, you know, like, all right, see you later, mum, bye. Well, actually, I wasn't 16. I can't remember when I got kicked out. I think I were 18. I might have been 18. I didn't get kicked out till I was 18, I think. Maybe I was younger, I can't remember. Anyway, you know, my mum projected her fucking experience onto me and goes, you know, I fucking did it when I was 16, you know, you can fuck off as well, you know. Alright, see you later, mum. Well, to be honest, it won't because of that, because fucking my mum got a new boyfriend and, you know, her boyfriend punched me in the face because mum started crying because I apparently called my mum a fucking bitch. That's her words. I didn't call her a fucking bitch, but, you know, like, she is a fucking bitch, by the way. I'll fucking call her that to this day, you know, now. I didn't call her a fucking bitch at the time, you know. But, you know, I will call her a fucking bitch now, because, you know, even if I did call my fucking mum a fucking bitch, you know, I didn't fucking hit my mum. You know who did hit my mum? My mum's new boyfriend, you know. I mean, you know who might hit me? My mum's new boyfriend, you know. Guess what? They got married and divorced, you know. Because he cheated on her. God knows, you know. Maybe he fucking hit her. God knows, you know. Mum's not going to tell me that, you know. You know, if he's gonna hit me, you know, then maybe I might hit my mum, you know. Mum don't talk about it, you know. She don't fucking talk about her private life, you know. Even with the fucking children, you know. She won't even fucking talk about the private life with the children. You know why? Because my mum fucking cheats as well. So, mum cheated on my dad, you know. Like, that fucking ruined their relationship. My real dad. Not surprised she won't talk about it, you know. Not surprised, you know. Yeah, what was my point? My point was fucking, do I want to fucking homeschool, you know? How do you fucking homeschool? I have to get a job, you know? I have to fucking get enough money so I can pay for a home tutor to homeschool in England. If you was to homeschool your own kids, you know, like, I don't think you can do it in England, can you? You've got to fucking at least. Can you homeschool in England? Let's have a look. Let's Google it. I don't think you can in England. I have to go fucking to America or something, you know. Can you homeschool in England? Yes, you can homeschool in England. It's a legal right for parents to educate their children at home, either full-time or part-time. It's also referred to as elective home education. Cool. Good. I still don't think I'm good enough to fucking homeschool my kids. Like, I mean, I could teach them how to do times tables and percentages, but anything more than that in maths, you know, like, you know, I don't think I'd be able to fucking do it. I'd have to fucking study myself to go any further than that. To be honest, I think I could fucking figure it out. I think I could figure it out. You know, give me a bloody textbook. You know, I'll be able to figure it out. Maths, English. You know, I can read. I don't do a lot of reading. I'm very bad at spelling as well, which might be a problem. But yeah, I mean, I think I could fucking teach them the basics of English, at least. Science. Yeah, science is fucking, you know, extra. What do I need to teach my kid, you know? What do I need to teach my kid? Science. Like, fucking, don't fucking drink bleach, you know? Like, that's a good fucking, you know, that's easy, you know? We can fucking tell them I don't drink bleach. Don't fucking mix chemicals, you know, because they might explode. That's, you know, yeah, we can teach them all that shit, you know, easy. I would like them to the opportunity to be a rocket scientist, though, you know, and I can't fucking teach them the maths to be a rocket scientist. Yeah. I don't even think I could. I don't even think I could teach English to a good standard, to be honest. Very bad. I'm very bad with fucking English, to be honest. Like when I read things, I read between the lines, and I don't actually interpret the words that are on the page. I interpret what I think the words are trying to mean instead of actually what's fucking written. My mate's grandma. I used to live with my mate's grandma. Actually, I did get kicked out. I used to live with my mate's grandma's house. She's the one that first fucking told me about that. You're not actually listening to what's fucking said, joking audits. I'm there watching the news with my mate's grandma, and I'm like, fucking, this, what's your, it's like, no, that's not what he said. He said something completely different, and I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. You're actually right. I'm there fucking reading into things that don't exist. I'm very bad with words. Very bad with words. Maybe my kid can teach me English once I teach my kid the basics. Maybe my kid can fucking keep me honest. That'd be nice. Who was joking? We haven't even got a girlfriend yet. We're getting ahead of ourselves, joking. If I had a child, it'll be fucked up because of cigarettes and fucking alcohol, probably.
That's how. Hold on. Say one thing. Do you want the phone? What? Do you want the phone?
It's the road they live on. Anyway,
Do you want a pen?
is it called Cromwell Street?
Do you know why I want to give you a pen?
No, that's older women.
Does your dad know that if Bobby is a wreck?
I don't know. I don't want to know what's going on. I think it's just domestic. Like, look at this fucking Princess Angela. She sounds so innocent. Like, just take a better picture, Like, it's not a good picture. Why have you got a hood on? You're a cute looking girl, let people see your face, Like, I hate people that fucking, with filters and shit, My friend goes, she did a message, like, why do people look so good without any makeup on? I look like shit when I first wake up, like. I'm like, no, you don't. You know, no, you don't. Like, you hardly wear any makeup, Chloe. You know, you hardly wear any makeup. You're gorgeous. Like, you know, I'm not that attracted to you. I'll admit, you know, I'm not actually that attracted to you. But it's not because of your fucking looks, you know. It's not because how much makeup you wear, you know. It's just because of your personality. And, you know, I know you know. You don't have kids, you know, like fucking. It's a big turn off, you know. Like, if you say to a man, I don't want to have kids, it's a big fucking turn off. You know, one of the things I ask fucking girls nowadays, if I ever wanted to get with a girl, is, do you want to have kids? Straight away, because if you say no, then I'm out. You know, I'm out. Because I want to have kids. I don't know about anybody else, but you know, like literally, I want to have kids. You know.
What's that look again?
Well, did you notice what the did you know what the monkey's,
is that it?
No, did you know what the monkey's doing? He's taking the stuff out and putting it on his lap to take it.
So yeah, Shab and her mates follow me.
Peace, everybody.
Right, let's check this out.
Like and subscribe.
She threatened her the other
Thank
night
you
as well.
for. I'm gonna go watch Society X. If you wanna go, come listen to me fucking chatting fucking Society X's chat.
I don't know why people cover their faces.
Then go to Society X. Like and subscribe when you get over there as well.
Now you have to ask Society X